Welcome everybody to the September 17th, 2024 Tompkins County Legislature meeting. The first item that we're going to do is hold a public hearing. This is concerning proposed local law G of 2024, a local law adopting a youth deer hunting pilot program. So in just a moment, anyone that wants to speak on that topic can come up and speak into the microphone and talk on that topic only. When that's done, we will close the public hearing, we will start our regular meeting, and then just a little while later into the regular meeting, we'll have the other privilege of the floor when members of the public can speak on any topic they want. So, do we have any blue cards specifically for? Is there anyone that wanted to speak on the public hearing on the proposed local law G, a local law adopting a youth deer hunting pilot program? Please come up to the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Wynn. I believe it would be positive for youth to be able to gain experience hunting. And, these are skills that are best learned early in life as far as gun safety. And, there is a major population problem with deer in the region. Without wolves to serve as natural predators, they breed out of control. And, there are vehicle accidents and, a great deal of financial consequences to the overpopulation of the deer. And, hunting is good. It is a wonderful skill, and it has brought us through, millennia of human civilization. And it's something that needs to be honed like any other skill. So I think this would be a very positive thing for you to adopt. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on local law G? Going once, going twice. The public hearing is closed. We'll now begin our regular meeting. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we have a roll call of members, please?
Randy Brown.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Susan Curry is asked to be excused tonight. Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Rich John.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Here.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shirtliff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here.
13 members present.
We have a quorum. Next up, we have a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month. We'll read the proclamation, then we have some people that are here to accept the proclamation and speak. Whereas the 500-year-old Hispanic culture, steeped in tradition and centered on principles of family and community, strengthens the fabric of our entire society. And whereas Hispanic people have been part of this nation from its very inception, their presence in its territories contributing to shape its society and culture. And whereas Tompkins County is home to an active, growing, and civically engaged Hispanic community. And whereas virtually every aspect of our community's life has been influenced by Hispanic people, whether in arts, medicine, government, labor, business, or volunteerism. And whereas the Latino Civic Association of Tompkins County is celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with a series of exciting, family-friendly community events. And whereas September 15th traditionally starts Hispanic Heritage Month because it is the anniversary of independence of 5 Latin American countries: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature proclaims, recognizes, and designates the month spanning September 15th, 2024 through October 15th, 2024 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Tompkins County, and together with our entire community, join in celebration and recognition of the Hispanic community and salute the Latino Civic Association of Tompkins County for its outstanding work on behalf of Hispanic people throughout central New York. Can we have the members of the Latino Civic Association that are going to receive this come on up? Do a quick photo shoot, and then it's all yours.
After's on the edge, we're good.
Microphone's yours.
Greetings, fellow humans. My name is Yeno Spina. I am a Colombian-American artist that lives in Ithaca, New York. I am a curator and also an event organizer. I am the newly appointed president of the Latino Civic Association. Fernando is also my treasurer on the board, and we are very thankful for this opportunity to share with you all of the things that are happening within our community. So if you want to learn more, please go to lcatompkins.org or LCA Tompkins on social media. You could see all of the events that are coming up, October 5th, October 4th, and so on and so forth. So thank you again for letting me be here.
We will be having an executive session tonight, and I will announce the specific reasons later on. And as far as reordering of business, I don't know for sure, but I think a lot of people are here to speak about Resolution I and possibly Resolution H, although maybe not. Anyway, if it's okay with the legislators, I would like to move those up. Any objections to that? Okay, thank you. We will we'll get to those in a little while then. Next up is privilege of the floor for the public. This is the opportunity for any member of the public to come and speak with us. And by doing so, you are agreeing to some rules. I'm going to read the rules first, and then we'll call you up. Rules for speaking under privilege of the floor. I agree to a 3-minute time limit. I agree not to raise my voice. I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. After 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislators are speaking. I agree that if I cause a disruption and I'm asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. So I do have a stack of these cards. If there's anyone that wanted to speak tonight that has not filled out one of these yet, you find them in the back of the room. Just go ahead and fill it out, bring it right up to us, and we'll get you right in the queue. First up, I'd like to call Zach Wynn. No? I thought you were going to introduce him. No? Okay, very good. Go right to Mike then. Okay, we have someone on Zoom, Mike Morell. Mike, can you hear us? Okay, just one moment.
I'm here.
Okay, Mike, you're on. You have 3 minutes. Go for it.
Yes, I'd like to address the council about all of the needles. Since the thing went in where it was supposed to be a needle exchange, I am seeing more and more needles being given out than what is collected. And the reason behind it is they're after the funding. They could care less about the addict or even the innocent bystander walking down the city streets. I have a picture of a gallon jug full of needles that I pulled out of the inside of the tent where the people have only been staying for less than a month. If they're actually collecting needles, why am I finding that many in one person's tent? You know, this is ridiculous. You talk about the jungle and all the problems that it has, but it's across America. ever since you said that needle exchange was okay and whatnot, you've legalized basically drug use, and you've created more addicts than you have helped them. This needs to end. I don't know where to end it, but it needs to end somewhere. I am tired of picking up needles. I am a recovering addict myself. I am only one needle away from relapse. And if I pick up, more needles, I could relapse just because I'm picking them up. It needs to really stop. And, the camp I'm talking about, they have defecated all over the decommissioned bridge that's down here in the jungle. I'm having to clean it up. It's right, beside me. So I'm smelling human feces all the time. And I'm the guy stuck cleaning it up. I thought there was supposed to be bathrooms put in down here in the jungle. That's not happened. I would like to see the Porta Johns come back, but the Porta John Company refuses to even empty mine because of the 3 that were down here before full of needles. Even though I cleaned them out for an entire month, and in that month they never came to service the Porta Johns. They just took them when they did show up. I don't know what the solution is, but there's got to be something. Hold the homeless accountable for the mess that they make instead of, volunteers coming in and cleaning it up. Keep finding them. Do something. This is crazy. I clean up my place. Yeah, it looks like a mess right now because I'm doing construction on another, place to live so I can get out of the small one I'm in. But, it's clean. There's no needles on the ground in my campsite. There's no actual trash. It's all construction material. If I can do it, they can do it. They go out every night hauling garbage in. They should be able to haul it up to the dumpster where I'm at and put it in the dumpster. But because they're not held accountable, nobody's doing anything. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Zach Wynn.
My name is Zach Wynn. I live here in the city of Ithaca. I'm here to speak regarding the resolution to arm probation officers. Listening back to the probation director's presentation, a few things stuck out to me. One of them that was many of the people who are under supervision were described as not good candidates for probation. They could otherwise be in prison for their crimes. The fact that they are not in prison and instead are on probation is itself an example of criminal justice reform. Another thing that was stated by the probation director is that it was recommended to his department to stop doing home visits of people under their supervision altogether. And that is the real alternative to allowing these officers to be armed while conducting home visits. These officers are part of a program specifically designed to address the increased gun violence in the community through the GIVE program. The people they are supervising have already shown a willingness to use illegal firearms. The people who choose to possess illegal weapons despite being on probation may find themselves in a situation where they know they might be rearrested. In that moment, a person could choose to use an illegally possessed weapon against the person charged with supervising them. Allowing the probation officers to be armed could prevent a shooting as likely as inspire one. It puts potential force behind the demand to cooperate or to drop a gun or knife. And as it stands, policy guarantees that probation officers have no weapon to defend themselves. There is no such guarantee for the people they supervise. The director also remarked on seeing an armed person walk past the DSS building after conducting a shooting on State Street. Were that scenario to happen again, but this time the person was to walk inside the social services building intent on doing physical harm to others, there would be a person capable of stopping them. Failing to allow this change of policy, which is clearly necessary, would be a clear statement to the members of probation and law enforcement in general that you do not trust them, their judgment, or value their safety. Please vote to adopt the resolution arming the probation officers. It comes down to, the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And it's better to have a gun and not need one than need one and not have one. So imagine if you were in their position. Would you like to be armed if you were going into the home of someone you knew had committed gun violence? Somebody who you knew might use force against you to prevent themselves from going back to jail? As Lee Shirtliff put, this is clearly warranted. So please ignore calls to not go forward with this simply because it might seemingly be in conflict with reimagining public safety. These people are free because of reimagining public safety. They are free because of criminal justice reform. They would otherwise be in prison were it not for the changes that have been put forth. Thank you.
Next up, Taylor Colbert.
Hi, my name is Taylor Colbert. I'm a mental health counselor and a Brooklyn transplant and a member of the Ithaca Tenants Union. As a clinician, I've closely worked with the marginalized and the unhoused. Their mental health is suffering at unprecedented levels. I feel strongly that this year's plan for Code Blue is setting us up for unprecedented failure. We have to do much better and honor the privacy, safety, and dignity of those in need this coming winter and in every day. The current proposed setup is inhumane. Folks need access to a safe shower, toilet, and their own comfortable room. By asking folks to forego their privacy and safety, you're depriving them of dignity. Let's not create more problems for people already suffering enough. Tompkins County should strive to lead and serve as an example of how to treat others in times of crisis. Please, let's do better with Code Blue this year.
Next up, Laura Branca. I pronounced it right this time.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to speak. Laura Branca, I'm representing community leaders of color and the Dorothy Cotton Institute. This is my third time speaking to advocate for fully funding the Community Justice Center and the positions of Director Mona Smiley and Data Analyst Matthew Davids. I gave you a letter that there aren't enough copies for everyone, but please, distribute those amongst yourselves. That's a letter from Clock. I'd also like to speak about the value of unarmed responders to calls in law enforcement and to carefully consider whether arming probation officers is wise. I facilitated 3 focus groups during Reimagining Public Safety and heard many people say that they feel fear and discomfort at the sight of a uniformed officer who is also armed answering a call when there isn't something terrible going on in their home or in their neighborhood. I want to tell you a story. Years ago, I was in a dialogue with police officers here in Ithaca, and one of the officers described going to a public housing development to notify a family that their child had been hit by a car. And he knocked on the door, and then he noticed the family members running out of the house in the back of their dwelling and into a wooded area. He learned later that they were recent immigrants, refugees from an Eastern European country where they had learned to really flee from uniformed officers who had a reputation of great violence and brutality towards the citizens. So what's the antidote? The antidote could be the value of unarmed civilians, unarmed probation officers, but also the importance of the community healing sessions and the opportunities for officers to get to know the citizens that they're protecting, that they're charged with protecting the safety of. When we know people, when we're familiar with them, or you know their names and you greet them, it's very different than if someone who is a stranger in a uniform shows up and you don't know whether to trust them and how open to be. I have called the police many times and I've had good experiences with IPD. So I'm not someone who is terrified of uniformed officers, but I know a lot of people who are. And I think that the more you know the people and they know us and feel that they're a part of the community, some of this terror and fear and distrust can really be alleviated. Also, the great training that I think is available to officers and the Sheriff's Department. We need to have culturally responsive anti-bias training where people really... Thank you. That's it.
You're welcome to finish your thought if you want. Okay. And I just want to mention we got the letter that you talked about. This will be distributed to all legislators tomorrow. Thank you. Next up, Sarah Curlis.
Hi, my name is Sarah Curlis, and I've been a tenant in the city of Ithaca for about a decade. I have seen the city grow exponentially in its unhoused population, which is due to ever-rising rents and stagnant wages, with jobs being few and far between. It is also due to a lack of tenant protections and quality affordable housing, both of which are desperately needed throughout the county. In lieu of this, we need to provide shelter to those who can't live outside perpetually while they wait for things to get better. Housing is a human right, and we owe it to our vulnerable neighbors to house them. In fact, it is state law from mid-October to mid-April and should be legally required throughout the year. While I see that housing people in the old bank building seems like the best available idea currently, it will in fact be extremely difficult for the people who are forced to use it. Having a bathroom truck where you need to go outdoors to use the toilet or a shower for the coldest months of the year is awful. Needing to sleep in the same room with strangers will create countless interpersonal issues and affect people's dignity. I read in the Ithaca Voice that you explored many options and have been stuck with this solution. I know you are building a shelter for 2026 to 2027, which is essential while we wait for more housing and rights, but we need a decent option now. Has anyone explored the idea of using rooms in the Super 8, Meadowcourt Inn, Quality Inn, Holiday Inn, etc.? I know the Econo Lodge has been tricky, but what about these other motels and hotels? I doubt that there are no vacancies in Ithaca in the winter months, and I know the county received $2 million last year for Code Blue. Even if it is less this year, as predicted, it will still be hundreds of thousands of dollars, most likely. This could at least offset the need for group sheltering. We need to use every available avenue to give people a roof over their heads for as much of the year as possible. DSS in this county uses austerity measures to only house the homeless people they feel are worthy via means testing, which is truly ridiculous. People deserve a safe place to live, and many may choose the outdoors instead of being thrown in together and using a truck for a bathroom. This will just exacerbate business and government's battle to keep people out of certain areas. Camping bans in the city and bad options for Code Blue are unacceptable. Speaking of injustices and caring for our community, we do not need to arm the probation officers in an attempt to decrease violence. It seems to me that this should be blatantly obvious. There is overlap between the unhoused and those on probation as well. This will not protect either party and will put our formerly incarcerated community members at risk. Our Black and brown residents will be most at risk, and I want to know where this proposed need is coming from. There are many people here coming out to speak against this, so I believe the community has spoken. Protect our vulnerable citizens by housing them and not shooting them. Thank you.
Next up is June Brisson? Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, my name is June. I'm a resident of Northside. I live not far from here. I grew up here. I was born at CMC. And I did a lot of walking when I was a kid. And like, when I was a kid, as I got older, like I was able to walk further and further, like the older I got. And I ended up like walking a lot over by Wegmans. And over behind Wegmans, there was this trail that you used to be able to take. You used to be able to take it from over by the Dandy Mart, and the bridge is still there, like just down the street. And then you used to be able to, there's now a guardrail there. There wasn't a guardrail there before. You used to be able to take this trail even like if you were on your bike, and you could go through all the way over to Brindley Street, so you didn't have to deal with car traffic. You could bike there, you could walk there, and homeless people hung out there. But it's not like you couldn't just walk down the trail. In fact, like it was usually pretty chill. There were sometimes people camping down by the creek there. The creek's polluted, by the way. It's been polluted for a long time. That is not the fault of homeless people. But like, it was just a spot where you could walk through and no one would bother you. You know, sometimes in this town people ask you for money. Like, they'll come up to you and ask you for some money, but like, usually that's as far as it goes. Like, some exceptions, but like, It's because people need money. It's pretty simple at the end of the day. I did job search recently, and it was hard. I did find something, but it's difficult. I ended up working at Wegmans for a while because I did not feel like I had many other options. And when you're in Wegmans, the security targets homeless people. It's just a thing that happens. They're probably easier for the security to visually identify among customers, and a lot of them look rougher because they haven't had access to showers and stuff, and they get profiled for that, and I think that's messed up. And I think that fence that came up to block that trail that I used to walk is also messed up. I think it's not okay. And I wasn't consulted. Where was the public comment for that? I didn't hear Jack about that. And that fence is not helping anything.
Next up, Caroline Fennell? Okay, thank you for correcting.
Hello, my name is Caroline. I'm a resident of Ithaca. I've lived here for almost 13 years now. I just want to reiterate what has been said regarding both the policy with Code Blue regarding the homeless, as well as the desire to arm probation officers. I think both would be an unmitigated disaster. Regarding the Code Blue situation, we all are fully aware that we are living through a climate disaster with extreme storms, extreme cold, extreme heat. I think people need to be afforded not just a empty building with maybe a few working toilets, that people who are the most vulnerable, who are living outside during a climate disaster, need to have access to basic shelter, basic human dignity. And I believe that arming the people who are arming the probation officers is just, it's gonna lead to more gun violence. That's the hard truth of it. Every single day I look on YouTube and I see a brand new video of a police officer or someone pulling a gun for no reason because there happens to be a person of color there or whatever. It's going to lead to more gun violence. This is just a fact, and I think we need to face that. And I yield my time.
Jordan Clemens.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jordan Clemens. I'm the founder of a grassroots organization called Unbroken Promise Initiative, addressing barriers to access, education, and equity on the west end of Ithaca. I'm here to discuss the arming of probation officers. I want to make note that I've been working with the Justice Department, the DA, people in my community who are on probation, and I've heard nothing but positive things in relationship to their probation officers and the probationers. And so I'm really appalled that there is a direction to put firearms in probation officers' possession, when currently, right now, from my purview, we as a community and as a county demonstrate a positive way of going about relationships between our probation office and their probationers. The other thing I want to make note of is trust. So without the GIVE program, as stated on the website, says that there must be alignment. And from my efforts, community efforts, bringing people together for a shared, collaborative, comprehensive way forward is the best way to build trust. And I could have missed something, but usually I'm really, this is what I do every day, 24/7. I have not seen a robust community effort regarding this particular topic. If I had, and I got a call from the community regarding this this situation, you know, I would have been there. People who are on probation would have been there. People who may be, you know, who may have warrants, you know, that I'm in communication with, trying to make sure that they navigate their way back in and deal with their matters accordingly. You know, we all would have been there, because arming, you know, probation, then going out and entering people's domain is how you invoke fear. And so I want to say that, you know, kudos to the probation office at this point for what you guys have been doing, you know, because it's been positive from the community and the probationers, even the ones that, you know, and these are the ones that, you know, that have been involved in some shootings, you know, in the last 3-4 years. And, you know, we've been working with them very closely to alleviate some of that, you know, distrust and things of that nature. But the one thing that they could say is there's been nothing but positive from the probation office. I really strongly request that you guys reconsider going forward and maybe having a meeting before going further. Thank you.
Ruth Yarrow.
Good evening. I'm here as a member of the Human Rights Commission and a citizen who is concerned about continuing the good work of the Reimagining Safety in the fullest way we can. So I'm hoping that you will fully fund the positions of Mona Lisa Smiley and Matthew David, and go beyond that. This is a county legislature. 4 of the hubs are in the county: Enfield, Lansing, Slaterville Springs, Groton, where needs are being met. It's taken time to let people know about this. It will take more time for it to really develop into something that reaches many people, but the beginning is good. And I hope that Ithaca can be a model the way that Eugene, Oregon has been for decades with their efforts, and particularly with their unarmed cahoots program officers. I'd like to say that the CARE program here has effectively listened to people and helped to connect them with services. It seems to me that arming the probation officers is going in exactly the opposite direction. So I really hope that you will continue to fully fund the Reimagining Safety's efforts, and ignore my phone, and that you will not move to arm the probation officers. I think when you look back some years from now and you've made those decisions, given that Ithaca is getting gentrified and so many people of color are being forced out beyond the city, I think you'll say, we did the right thing in 2024. Thank you.
Dirk Trakey.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to speak, as some others have, to both the proposal about Code Blue as well as the arming probation officers. I'll speak to Code Blue first. I've worked in the mental health field for close to 20 years, and for myself, for a period of time in my early 20s when I was going to school, I was homeless for close to a year, living out of my car. At this point in my life, I am one of the people who rolled the dice, unluckily, with a COVID infection such that I have long COVID. And it affects my life quite a bit. And I oftentimes imagine myself in different situations where I would have less privilege than I currently do. You know, what if I was in jail right now? What if I was in prison right now? What if I was in a homeless shelter right now? And I think of how difficult that would be with the health problems that I've had. When I think of this proposal for the new Code Blue, one of the things that comes rapidly to mind is the fact that we had a triple pandemic of respiratory illnesses last year in this community. And I know because of my work that there were a number of people in our local homeless community who had some of those respiratory illnesses. In an environment that isn't really structured for it, I think that we should expect that that will spread that it will spread more so in the proposed location. And this is especially important because, as the CDC and the Health and Human Services Department have both said, that homeless people tend to have a great deal more comorbidities, which make it more likely for them to get long COVID. And tell me, if you put people at risk of permanent disability, how much more likely are they to become housed? There is a spiral that you can create in that situation. So I urge you to consider that as well. I would also say that an environment that is more crowded and less dignified, as many people have already said, is the exact opposite of what we know from research in a field of trauma-informed architecture, which was developed specifically for working with people who are homeless or people in domestic violence shelters, that the built environment factors tremendously into how people prosper or don't prosper when they're experiencing those situations. So I urge everybody to consider that. Lastly, as far as things go with probation officers being armed, it seems like a solution in search of a problem, and I would urge you to not go with that. Whenever we find a new tool, we find ourselves looking for a reason to use it. Thank you.
Page.
Like many Ithaca locals, I didn't intend to be one when I moved here, but I so value this town and its people and our values that I'm here 15 years later and counting. I was so surprised because of that to learn of the allegations made against the Tompkins County SPCA published in the Ithaca Times in February. As an animal lover, the owner of multiple SPCA alumni over the years, and a longtime donor and supporter, it was startling to read comments that suggested discord and injustice that were impacting both human personnel and dog residents. To better inform myself, I went to the numbers dashboard of shelter outcomes that the SPCA shares annually to see what it looked like. The first thing I noticed was that the Tompkins SPCA numbers didn't add up, literally. Dogs taken into the shelter are either returned to their owners or they aren't. In the latter case, they're either adopted, transferred to another shelter, or are euthanized or pass away in the shelter. These numbers should balance. The total numbers of dogs taken in, subtract those returned to their owners, should equal those not returned to their owners, i.e. all of those other outcomes put together. So when the 2023 numbers were off by one, I assumed I'd misunderstood or missed something, or maybe one was missed or double counted. But the more detailed data in the National Asilomar database, also provided by the SPCA and published on their website, showed none of that was the case. So I looked at the two other available dashboards. In 2022, it was off by 12. In 2021, it was off by 6, and not always in the same direction. Now, I'm certainly not saying there's anything nefarious happening, but these publicly available numbers should be accurate and make sense to community members, and they don't. The second thing I noticed was that the SPCA's aggregate live release rate doesn't reflect real disparities in animal outcomes. Published live release rates were 91.7, 93.2, and 93.5 for those 3 years, all above the 90% required minimum live release rate to be a no-kill shelter. However, when you look at just the dogs, the rates were as low as 82.8%. This is the SPCA's own public data showing that for dogs, they failed to meet the minimum no-kill standards in 2 of the 3 most recent years of data, and just made it in 1. I'm proud to live here in part because of how invested Ithacans are in bettering our community and the world around us, as evidenced by many of my fellow Ithacans speaking here today. I would expect our SPCA to be modeling the shelter outcomes others strive for. But after looking at these data, I wonder if we should be proudly calling our SPCA shelter a no-kill shelter at all. I want to end by saying, please pass the budget. The animals need you to. My goal in speaking here today is to highlight for you the importance of transparency in building community trust, and the importance of community trust in the functioning of any community-based organization. Thank you to the members of the legislature for your time.
Michaela.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Until recently, I was a 5-year staff member at the Tompkins County SPCA, responsible for animal care, handling in both the adoptions and rescue buildings. Over the past few months, I have been advocating strongly for things that I believe are necessary to meet the needs of the dogs and the SPCA's mission. These things are animal welfare, for example. I've watched many dogs deteriorate mentally because they were kept isolated in rescue building, when what they needed was structured socialization and training. Including training behavior work with SPCA dogs, there is little to no behavior modification for the dogs. I believe if we had had more of that, our live release rate would have been higher. I've also pushed for more training, as staff who aren't confident or qualified repeatedly struggle to work with the dogs in a way that is safe. Because of these issues, there are 2 outcomes that I see hurting the dogs and our community. There is an unnecessary waiting list for community members to surrender animals when they need to. There is an unnecessary urgency to get animals out of the shelter that leads to hasty decisions, such as mistakenly recently adopting out a dog to a known animal abuser under the active investigation by animal control. Unfortunately, the director himself has stated in an email that he was afraid to go into the dog wing. So as you can imagine, none of my concerns were taken seriously. I'm not here to ask that they not get the budget. They should, because the animals need the help. I am not able to see firsthand whether any of these changes are put into place because I've recently been fired by that position, from that position by the director. So I'm here as a dedicated member of the community and dog foster to continue to advocate for our animals and to ask the members of the Tompkins County Legislature to hold the SPCA accountable where I could not. Thank you.
Beth Harris.
Hello, I'm representing Tompkins County, Showing Up for Racial Justice, and Friends of the Alliance of Families for Justice. Armed probation officers will only lead to more fatalities and disproportionately towards Black and brown people and low-income people. I want to make 2 main points and then look at why is this happening, because it's really unclear to me. The data across the nation shows that any time you increase interaction between armed officers and Black people experience major disparities in the use of force and fatalities. And I think we all know this. There is no data to show the need for arming probation officers. What are they basing this need on? The material I've read has 1 incident in another state where a probation officer was killed. I haven't read any data from the other counties in terms of the changing of gun violence based on arming probation officers. The proposal, so I've tried to look at a little background, and you probably could help me. The proposal to arm probation officers seems to come from the New York State GIVE program, Gun-Involved Violence Elimination Initiative, which purports to treat the problem of gun violence as a public health issue. And it says that it's supposed to be based on evidence-based solutions. However, this proposal doesn't provide any evidence for the factors that actually contribute to gun violence in our own communities, in our county. So I'm wondering if this proposal has some hidden goals. Seeking increased militarized solutions to deal with social and individual trauma in our community. I've already heard that there is a concern, a desire to roll back bail reforms, and which were an attempt to end punishment for poverty. Is this an effort to find a rollback funding for unarmed solutions to public health and safety in our community? Is this an effort to expand armed officers who aren't constrained by probable cause requirements and erosion of our due process system? New York State Give is a Trojan horse.
So I would like to ask the members of the public to, if they would, observe the rules that the speakers are observing, which includes not making comments, gestures, outbursts, other disruptions while other members of the public or legislators are speaking. That way it's a safe space for everyone to speak. Next up is Phoebe Brown.
First, I'd like to welcome my ancestors to guide me and use me to speak tonight. First, I'd like to say it is imperative that CJC be fully funded for a problem that is over 400 years old and more, that has been rampant in the Black and brown community. And we asked Reimagining Public Safety, Executive Order 203, and Cuomo did one thing right on his way out. We are still waiting. We only scratched the surface with the CJC. So there's no way that we should start already taking money from it. My other problem is this arming probation officers. And like the previous, where is the proof that Tompkins County need that? All of a sudden, we have this horrible gun problem that we need armed probation officers because it's moved to different communities. As long as this was happening up in West Village, Chestnut, that area, we ain't hear nothing about give nothing. But now it's coming into your neighborhood, right? I'm very, very disturbed that that's our solution, that we're going to use a solution to arm probation officers who already have a stellar record in this community of what a great job they do. I'm one who can tell you, been there, done that. But what I'm very appalled about is this is a solution. If you want to find other solutions, in New York City, who has a major problem, they have went to the grassroots community for help. If you don't know, look up Street Corner Resources, which is community members who've come together to tackle the problem of violence in their community. That's the way we should be going. And you have not even given us a chance to voice our opinion. You just snuck it right in there. And the people that I talked to is like, what, when, where? We didn't even hear about this. I'm like, you need to come to this meeting. Why? They don't listen to us no other time. What's going to make them listen to us now? And I said, no, they need to hear your voice. And I'm asking y'all, not like previous speakers, to blame Reimagining Public Safety on our issues in our community. It can only make our community better if we really delve into it, really listen to the community, because they already told you, and my time is already up, but thank you for letting me speak.
Up is Tali Mugabe.
Yeah, here to speak about the issuance of guns to probation. So last week, as part of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Healing Conversations, the director of probation, Daniel Cornell, came to our office. We had a very in-depth conversation about this. What they are facing is a fear that this body of decision makers won't provide the necessary resources to address the root causes. And what are those root causes? We heard some folks talk about it earlier tonight. Housing, mental health resources. So I'm the director of the Ultimate Reentry Opportunity Initiative, where I'm working to reduce and eliminate recidivism by looking at the intersection of all these barriers. All right, so mental health, as we look at what individuals in the Sunflower Houses project that we erected to evaluate what are those real true barriers, when these folks go to access mental health resources, they are canceled appointments the day of or the day before. This is unacceptable for people who are trying to get their feet up and take advantage of the resources that are going to help them be successful. But when we don't provide the necessary leverage or resources to actually allow them to do that, then we are the cause. So my question is, what is going on with delivering the resources for mental health? This body right here also said, in 10 years, we want to be a resilient community. More guns doesn't make us a resilient community, it makes us a more dangerous community. Resilient community means that we can work together, collaborate, and come up with solutions because all of us are thriving. All of us are growing and developing in a civilized society. More guns doesn't do that. Probation has a great rapport with the community. I have a great relationship with the director. More guns, I just believe it's not going to solve the problem. I understand their fear because the root causes aren't being addressed, but we have to look at that. Put the resources where the root causes are. Adverse childhood experiences. What are we doing there? When it comes to housing, the housing prices are going up. People are losing jobs because they can't afford to stay in their homes. So people are losing hope. So allow us to work together, develop a collaborative, unified, aligned, as someone said, protocol, program to prevent the guns, more guns coming to our community and address those root causes. Thank you.
Jude Brewer.
Hi, my name is Jade. I'd like to recommend a book. Homelessness is a housing problem. It's a pretty straightforward read, and the solution's in the title. And I think Tompkins County is actually listening a little bit. You know, there's some housing projects that have gone up. A lot of people that I was working with that were living outside about a year ago, I'm working with inside now, and so I'm really happy about that. But housing costs are still very high in Ithaca. Wages are not really going up, so we're all in a more precarious situation. And a lot of the problems that people point to are really problems of inequality. And I think housing or sheltering people in a concrete setting when you could shelter them in hotels like the past is really increasing the pressure. And so we're gonna see more of the problems. So the solution's obvious, but it's really big, I know. You can't lower inequality too well as a legislative body, but there's lots that we can do. I just think it's a good book, and I hope you all read it. Also, we don't need to add any more guns to the system, especially in a situation where there's a power dynamic and the people that are being supervised are disproportionately black and brown. It's just a situation for more systemic violence. We don't need to see it. Thank you.
Amos Malone.
Good evening. My name is Amos Malone. I just want to, a few topics that we want to speak on tonight. One of them is the CJC, that it should be funded. It's a great program. as part of the reimagining program. And also we do the community healing thing. And I would go out on a limb and invite all of you to come to see. And when they start talking about building lines of trust, this is where it starts. When you can come into the community instead of sitting in here, you know, passing laws, you should come to see what's actually going on so you can be a part of it, get a firsthand experience to see what's actually going on. And when you do that, then you will see there's other work that's going on behind the scenes that maybe you're not getting full understanding setting up in here. And then also with the probation department, I want to address that a little bit. Congratulations on the work you all do. We applaud you for the work that you do. Adding more guns to the streets, I don't think is the answer. Certainly gun laws are for the law-abiding citizens. Criminals aren't worried about your laws, and they never have, they never will be. I think if there's money from the GIVE program or whatever, take that money and figure out a way. I'm not saying don't do anything, but I think just as the courts have court officers, which is not the city or the county, you know, maybe we can figure out a way to get a couple officers that will be part of that because, and have specific training just for that reason, you know, but I think we need to come up with a different solution than arming the probation officers. And if a situation arises where they feel threatened and they know they're going to be going in these situations, hey, let them relax, let them sleep tonight. Have them come into the office tomorrow and figure out a way to handle it from there. But as someone said, now that the people are starting to move out into these other communities in Lansing and Groton and Dryden, you know, people are starting to get worried, you know, so you'll never get all the guns off the street. But the thing of it is, how do we go about dealing with it in a way that's going to impact the community for the better? This is all part of the CJC and Reimagine Public Safety. You know, there's a lot of talk behind that. But there's a lot of good that has came out of that also, even like the, the dashboard for the county. You know, they're not going to, they probably won't really admit it for the sheriff's department, but that money came out of that, so it wasn't really about defunding. So there's a lot of misinformation. So I think when you begin to come to these meetings outside of these rooms here, you will begin to learn more and more if that's what you're interested in doing. Thank you. You all have a good night.
Katie Sims.
Hi, my name is Katie. I live in the city of Ithaca, and I'm here to talk about both the Code Blue plan and probation officer guns. Just like other people have said, congregate situations are really, you know, I know that you all are looking for solutions to Code Blue, and that it's been hard to find some, and I really applaud the county's efforts to create the shelter in the next couple of years. And also, I think it's really impressive and admirable that the county is taking on providing this public service itself. I think that that having that the services be truly public is a really great move. That being said, I do I'm worried about some of the things in the plan. The congregate setting, I think that, you know, in the next month or so before it opens, it's a great opportunity to do whatever possible privacy, changes to make it more private are possible so that people have the dignity that they need when they live in a place. You know, continuing to explore the option of hotel rooms. I know that this is actually one of the situations that doesn't impact the county's budget that much because the money comes from the state. And so hotel rooms are have been a really important part of the puzzle before. And expanding the hours so that people can stay during the day. The building's there. I think it makes sense to open it. I know staffing costs will be a concern, but again, it will be a huge difference in the quality of life of whether, you know, the day is cold too, right? Like it's not just cold at night. People don't just need a place to sleep. They need a place to, you know, to be safe. And then on the topic of the probation officer, arming the probation officers, it seems pretty straightforward that to reduce gun violence, less guns are good. You can see the other day with the police shooting in New York City on the subway where a police officer shot civilians and another officer on the subway over MetroCard swipe that, like, you know, I think somebody said that, you know, giving someone a tool, people are going to find a way to use it. So it seems like de-escalating the situation to begin with by not bringing a gun into people's houses is a good way to do that. Finally, I got really confused reading about the whole reason why the guns should happen, but because I couldn't tell if it was before was probation, after people have gotten out, or like pretrial supervision that they wanted the guns for. But there's been really negative narratives about bail reform, and what I think is really important is that bail reform is actually something that's really positive. It's bringing people back to their families. It's keeping them from being innocent people from being in jail for years. And yeah.
Feel free to finish your thought. Okay. Kayla Matos.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kayla Matos, and I'm speaking as a resident of the city of Ithaca. First, I want to start in regards to the unhoused homeless shelter. I do understand that housing is a very complex situation, right? And I'm y'all in the city. We want to fix and we want to be able to fix the problem and house our folks. But I do not think that group shelter is the only solution. And I do encourage you guys to put your heads together and think of another way to address this, and to speak upon the CJC funding as well as arming our probation officers. I really want you guys to reflect on what does that mean to the Black and brown community. Tonight, we are literally putting the funding on of an entity that was served to help heal our community on the line. What are we saying to us? And then on top of that, we are now telling our community that the officers that are allowed into their homes can be armed. What does that mean to us? So I just, once again, really want you guys to really consider what that means and how we are pretty much reversing the progress that we are attempting to make when it comes to reimagining public safety. And public safety means more than just guns. Public safety means that we are making sure resources are actually being given to the people. Yeah, thank you.
Claire Grady.
Okay.
Is Claire still here? Okay. We have a couple of people on Zoom. Give us just one moment so we can flip the correct switch. Oh, sorry, Sierra, yes. Mm-hmm.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Sierra. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, you might hear my 2-year-old in the background. My name's Sierra DeSalvia. I'm an Ithaca resident and community member speaking on the authorization to arm probation officers. I'm not part of a demographic that's experienced unproportional harm at the hands of law enforcement, so I will let them speak for themselves, but rather share observations that I hope the legislators take seriously. I attended the briefing last week at the CJC. There were 4 community members there at the start, maybe 8 by the end. Question, is this enough engagement with the community to move forward on a resolution that would likely impact the community for years thereafter? Does arming probation officers make sense and make everybody in the community safer? I could argue that peace officers are the best trained de-escalators in the entire county. I believe they've already seized over 20 guns with no incident. Currently, they're using all the skills they have to manage and de-escalate situations as if their lives depend on it. And in the process, they've kept themselves and those around them safe. Will adding guns to the equation unintentionally change their approach and dedication to current proven tactics when officers feel threatened? Probation officers express that they do not wish to possess firearms, and they're seeking this as a last resort. They truly care. This is a cry for help. The question I have is what other steps have been taken or could be taken prior to this last resort? What protocols can be reviewed when police officers are there to help them seize the guns? Where can we look at ways they can help and support in their language used or their body positioning to help those feel less fear and to reduce the threat of all being unsafe? Beyond this resolution, gun incidents increased and the GIVE grant entered the picture, and this should send alarm bells through the local legislature. This means a change in massive coordination is needed to address a systemic problem and the shifting circumstances in our county. Probation officers have no choice in their added responsibility to roll out the GIVE program, but we as a community and you all as elected officials have a responsibility to focus on the root causes and address them so we can get the numbers reduced and the number of gun-related incidents back down before where they were before we received the GIVE grant. We cannot delay working together to get off the GIVE grant as soon as possible. This should be our shared goal. Rather than failing to address this and the root causes and putting probation officers in a position, I'll try this again. This is going to go off. But the last
Please go ahead and finish your thought.
We cannot delay working together to get off of the GIVE grant as soon as possible, rather than putting the probation officers in a position to play whack-a-mole, chasing around guns that pop up or are passed around. We need to get off the GIVE grant by working together. Thank you. I yield.
I only have one more blue card left, so if there's anybody still here that wanted to speak tonight, now is your chance. Go to the back of the room, find one of these, fill it out, and bring it right up. We'll get you in. On Zoom also, Nevin Sabit. So Nevin's not online anymore? Okay. And Claire has not back in the room yet? Okay, we're going to move on then. The members of the public that spoke tonight. Next up is municipal officials' privilege of the floor. We practically have a quorum of common council here. How you want to work it? You're all invited to speak separately or together. We have Patrick Keel, we have Pierre St. Perez, we have Phoebe Brown, we have Kayla Matos.
You want to go over there?
There's one more microphone. It's a duet.
That's right.
Too many microphones, too many choices. You know, we've
never been here together before, so we clearly have different routines.
Sure. Hi, good to see you all. The city is, I think the first thing is we're moving forward on a lot of our land use stuff. The South Side plan is progressing apace, and we are moving further in our public outreach and distribution of the developed downtown plan.
And we're also moving forward with ADU legislation, doing further public comment about that. I did want to mention that we did override the tax cap. I mentioned that we were voting on that last time I was here. And also we delayed moving forward with voter registration legislation until January of next year. Any further comments on work of the city as of late?
Yeah, so I also just want to, as I'm sure you all know, the city does follow a different schedule than you guys do in terms of our budget and when we address that. And we will be receiving the city manager's budget and a presentation therein on Tuesday the 1st, which means there is a good chance that you will not see any of us that are here today on your 1st October meeting. I'm sorry, but it is our budget, and of all people, you guys understand how important that is. Our budget schedule is up on the city website. Those meetings will be public, and I, at least, am really looking forward to see the city manager's schedule, the city manager's budget.
Me as well. I did want to touch briefly on the conversation surrounding Code Blue. As I've stated at these meetings in the past, I am continually interested in having conversations with the county, and I know that many of my colleagues are as well, about the ongoing problems with the unhoused population. I did want to mention, I'm not sure if I've mentioned this here before, but I have talked about it at council meetings. The Melody Atlanta is a really interesting project that they completed in Georgia. It costs $3 million, 40 new individual rooms. 32 of those were ADA accessible, and they put it up in 4 months. They used COVID ICU containers from the COVID pandemic. We have plenty of those in New York State. There are really innovative things being done all around the United States, and we can do those in Tompkins County. We just need to work together and get it done. So I'm interested again in working with y'all, and I know that the mayor is interested in doing stuff too, and so I just think we should definitely get on that. Any other comments?
I think that's everything for now.
Any questions? Other comments?
Randy.
Yes, thank you for coming in. You mentioned the project in Georgia and what that was. Has the city visited any other places, or is it worthwhile to go and visit some of these places to understand what's working and what's not working?
I mean, I don't imagine that we will be physically visiting them. I mean, maybe that, I suppose that would be very interesting. However, I have researched a fair amount of other projects like this. Atlanta made a commitment to add 500 new rooms of transitional housing in a year and a half. Currently completed, I think, 483 of them, and they're 8 months into that project. You know, obviously Atlanta has significantly more resources and a significantly larger unhoused population. So the scales are a little different, but I do think it shows kind of what can be done if we put our minds together and think creatively outside the box. And they've done some really interesting things with public-private partnerships in terms of development with nonprofit organizations. The Melody Atlanta has 24-hour wraparound services available to residents also. So very interesting. They're also doing some really interesting things in Ohio and of course in California. So happy to send that data and some news articles along to anybody who's interested.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Phoebe, did you want to come on up? Yep, please.
I'm back. No, I just want to say that thank you, my brothers. But we're doing a lot of work. We got a lot of things coming on. We're really happy to be working more closely with you. And we really want to talk more deeply about the problems in the encampment and how we can get that going. I'm getting a lot of constituents calls who are like anxious to see more happening for their community. So I look forward to working more closely with you. Thank you.
You, any questions or comments for Phoebe or anybody?
Yeah, you better get me now.
All right, well, thank you all for coming. Much appreciated.
Then I must be doing an excellent job, huh?
That's right.
We'll see you guys next 2 weeks, you know.
October. We'll be thinking of you. All right, we are up to legislator privilege of the floor. Mike Sigler.
Sure. I wanted to respond to a couple things that were said, actually, because we're not going to these aren't on our agenda, but they were talked about. And listen, I appreciate what everybody was saying about Code Blue and our plan moving forward. I think some of the people think that we just kind of came up with this on the fly out of nowhere. And I think the situation is being a little bit misunderstood, frankly. Would we like to house people in hotels like we have in the past? I guess we would. And if that was an option, that would be great, but that isn't an option. It seemed like a lot of people were ready to sacrifice the good for the better, and the better simply doesn't really exist right now. This is a triage situation. We are 6 weeks maybe from it being under 32 degrees, something along those lines. The county didn't work on this in the last week. It's been working on this since we found out that the Econo Lodge may not be available. And that's where we housed people before. And frankly, that wasn't an ideal situation. You know, we've been talking about building a larger shelter. I don't think that's unknown. But that is going to take time. And while we do that, we need a situation where we're not leaving people outside to freeze to death. And that's the bottom line. It's not a matter of, oh, if we could only put people in apartments that don't exist, or if we could only put them in a hotel that doesn't exist. We need to work with what we have at hand so that we literally don't have people outside when it's under 32 degrees. So I think we all understand what you all are saying. I think we all probably agree with a lot of what you've said. But when you're in this kind of situation and it's a triage, we're literally here trying to get people into some type of shelter where they're going to survive. As for the building of new housing, it's not like we haven't been doing that in this county. Art House opened. We've seen significant problems. We have the new 200 rooms over in the convention center. Again, significant problems. Police calls, a lot of police calls, to the point where as we've hired a county person to try to mitigate the situation. And that too is a triage situation. Should the county be paying for this county person? Probably not. I mean, we should probably be asking the developers to be paying for this person. But we're not going to worry about that right now because we've got to make this situation better. We can't have this many police calls going to just 2 locations or 3 locations. And I'm talking about situations where we have people who we've placed out of homeless situations who are ripping the wires out of the wall so that they can sell the copper. And another situation, 2 situations, where they've started fires within the apartments. I mean, that jeopardizes everyone. So yes, we have these situations, we're trying to make them better, but I don't want people to think that it's like the county hasn't been dealing with this for a year and that we don't have plans. Maybe we should be better at advertising what we're doing. I don't know, but I feel like we've been pretty transparent about what our goals are and what the situation is. And while I appreciate these ideas of we could get these smaller shelters put up, and maybe that is the case, and maybe that is something we can work towards. But again, we're on a pretty tough time constraint, and getting this done is going to be difficult, even in and of itself, to get this shelter up and running. In this situation will be a Herculean feat, but it's a task that we're going to have to get done. Thank you.
Shauna.
Thank you. Mike Sigler is absolutely right, and I think all of us have been.
Holy cow!
Getting a shirt made.
Can the record reflect?
That's right. That's right. But he's absolutely right, and I think over the past year and a half, we have continued to have these really hard conversations and figure out what we're going to do and where we're going to go. And we have reached out to hotels. You know, unfortunately, this population is very hard to house, and there are reasons why we are no longer able to house people at the Econo Lodge. You know, with that said, I think we're doing the best that we can do right now, and we don't have tons of resources. We don't have tons of options. We're building the plane as it's up in the air. The one thing that I would ask our community is we will have some job openings, I'm guessing in the next couple of weeks, for people to work in the shelter. They are what I would consider well-paying jobs, and we need people from our community to help us run the shelter. So if people are looking for jobs, please let them know that these positions are open, and we need good people to help us through this bind that we're in. So thank you.
Greg.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I want to speak just for a quick second on the housing topic. It's often not bodies like ours, the legislature or common council, that need to hear the importance of housing. I would encourage all of our community members who believe that housing is one of the greatest barriers or challenges, or however they want to look at housing and its role that it plays in our current community and the future of our community, to show up to every planning board meeting, to show up to every zoning board meeting, to speak out in favor of projects that create density where density makes sense, to speak out and support projects that are doing the right type of development. Because often in those meetings, you only hear from 1 or 2 people or 3 people or a handful of neighbors that don't want their community to be any different than it already is. And so that's where we need to hear people talk about the importance of housing. I think we all around this table, and I think at Common Council, all around that table, and many of our town and village boards understand the importance of housing, but oftentimes it's the lay boards of zoning and planning that can get in the way of that progress. And I think it's really important that people go and take the opportunity during those public comments to speak up and speak out, because this is a critical piece, and those are two parts of the system that many people often fail to recognize the role that they play. So I would encourage everybody to come here, to come to Common Council, to go to your town board, but also take time to seek out those planning board, those zoning boards, and don't always, if you're against something, be against something. But if you're for housing, go speak for housing, because we need more of it, and we need everybody's help and support to get ultimately to a goal of having more accessible housing at every income level, at every property type. And it's not just going to be a few people around the table, but we really need to hear an overwhelming community voice.
Deborah. Yeah, thanks for that, Greg. I think it's worth remembering that we're hearing a lot in the national conversation with the presidential election, and we hear it at the state level as well. The lack of affordable housing just reflects a lack of housing, period. We do not have enough housing in this country, and that makes the housing that we have unaffordable. So unfortunately, I think people need to be reminded that the county does not have land use regulatory authority. There are things that we can do with the community housing fund and things like that, but they're fairly limited. Greg's right. A lot of what's holding up building new housing has to do with the zoning and permitting, and that's something that happens at the town and city levels. But the other thing is, it's just damned expensive anymore to build anything. And it's particularly difficult in a place like Ithaca, centrally isolated as we are. We say that proudly, but if you're centrally isolated, it's very difficult and more expensive to get contractors in here and building materials and labor. So it's a big problem. I appreciate that people are upset about it, but I don't know that we're necessarily the people that can fix the problem.
Any other legislator privileged to the floor? Mike Lane.
Talk about a little happier event. Happened last Saturday at our Tompkins County, or Ithaca Tompkins International Airport. We had airport day out there, and it was, if you didn't go out, you should have. It was fabulous. Best one I've attended, and I've attended many of them, starting in the early morning with the breakfast at the East Hill Flying Club, and then all the 5K race where they get to, the participants actually got to race on the runway. And the displays were terrific. Everything you can think of were up there. Not only the airplanes, but there were state police. This was co-sponsored by our emergency preparedness folks and our emergency response people. There were a lot of fire companies. There was a hot air balloon that you could at least go up. It was tethered, but you could go up and down in it if you wanted to. Sheriffs, state police, flying radio-controlled airplane clubs, demonstrations of extracting people from crashes of cars. Those kinds of things don't happen every day, but to see them all come together in one place, it was terrific. Our airport is probably the single most important engine of development that we have in this county. A lot of people may not agree with that, but it most certainly is. It gives us a connection globally that we don't even have a highway connection to the interstate in Tompkins County. But we do have an airport. We don't have as many flights as we want. We're trying to get more. But it is the convenience. It's not having to drive 50 miles to Syracuse or more to Rochester or even to Albany to get flights. And when people are looking at Cornell University, they are looking at the fact that we have an airport that they can fly into commercially, but they can also fly into it with their private jets, and we have a fixed-based operator. I think we should be very proud of our airport. Most places, if you said that an airport had to be self-sustaining, most municipalities would laugh at you. We've been many years without having to have a lot of taxpayer money in our airport fund. But now, sometimes the airport has had to ask for some money because of COVID and the loss of passenger traffic that we had. I think that's been a great record that they've had over the years, and I don't think we should be any bit ashamed of having to put some money to support them through tough times.
Other legislative privilege of the floor. Veronica.
Thank you. I just also want to thank all the people who came to public comment. It was helpful and appreciated. I think other people have talked on some of the issues, and we'll discuss the Probation Department's proposal later, so I'll leave that. Also, thanks to the people who came and talked about the SPCA. I will, I guess in the interest of transparency, say that despite their consistent presence in our budget, I do not know much about what sort of accountability, oversight, and such the county provides for the SPCA. So that's a thing I would love to learn, and not just for them, but our other sponsored agencies. And the other thing I just want to say about all these comments on the shelter and what every person needs and what unhoused people need, often even more, in terms of privacy, safety, dignity, all these things, that's all true, and that building and staffing housing is expensive is also true, and we're on all the tight timelines, as Mike said. I guess I want to encourage us, the legislators and staff around the table, to keep all these things in mind as we plan for the new shelter that we're going to build. We're very limited, I think, in what we can do this year, although we can do some things, like, for instance, like at least glue the bathroom truck to the building. It's not glue, I'm not a construction person, but so people don't actually have to go outside, because yeah, that would be terrible. But we can keep all these things in mind when embarking on our bigger project, even if it's going to be expensive. I hope you'll forgive some slightly crass language, but I go back to thinking of the great fictional Ron Swanson from Parks and Recreation, who advised people to never half-ass two things, whole-ass one thing. And I see examples, even in other local governments, about when you, instead of trying to do a bunch of things, and of course we have to do a bunch of things, there's lots of just ongoing services that our staff provides, but it seems like some of the best projects, some of the best solutions to problems, I think of, in another realm, Dryden Fiber, offering public broadband, they came when the government was able to and decided to do a thing and commit hard to that thing, even if it means they weren't trying to do all the other things. Our strategic plan has 46 objectives, so that is a lot, but it helps to focus down in, and it does go over 5 years. We don't have to do all 46 at once. I'll stop. That's not a coherent plan, but it's what I've been thinking about.
Pretty much. Maybe 2 months for some of them, but that's okay.
Yeah. Well, now I'm sad. Thanks for listening.
Any other legislator privilege of the floor? Okay, thanks everybody. Just two things I want to mention for the chair's report. I'm a little surprised but pleased that people seem to understand the difference between Code Blue and our shelter. But I just did want to say it a little more clearly too for anyone that is listening that might not quite get it. They're two separate programs. They're two separate sources of funding. In some ways, two different populations. So we are still working towards building a shelter. That is, as several people said, that's still a few years away. Code Blue is a different program. It's New York State mandated. It's cold weather emergency shelter on a night-by-night basis. And they're two totally separate things. We used to have the same provider taking care of both of them for us, and that provider is no longer interested in doing Code Blue. That's part of what triggered this big change as well. The other thing I wanted to mention, we did mention it a few months ago when it first happened, but it's official now that the Sheriff's Office Law Enforcement Division received its certificate of accreditation from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services. Several representatives from our Sheriff's Office went to Albany, received the award, and it's a really good thing that they received that.
I think that deserves applause.
Next up, our reports. First report is County Administrator Lisa Holmes.
Thank you, Dan. I was going to focus my remarks about the update around Code Blues. Many of the points I wanted to make have been said, so I will try not to repeat, but to kind of to underscore the reason that we are temporarily repurposing the Key Bank building is the result of not having viable proposals by third-party vendors to manage the program this year, as well as a lack of other available spaces to provide emergency shelter services. And a major component of sheltering is having sufficient workforce to provide the services safely and effectively, and it's another factor that now is the county's responsibility this year. Last Wednesday, we issued a press release detailing the change in Code Blue for the coming season and alerted all of our employees to this change. Our team in county administration, facilities, DSS, and human resources has been preparing for operations and preparing the site that we anticipate that it will be online and available by the beginning of the Code Blue season. We expect to house 60 to 80 individuals overnight during the Code Blue season at the location of the Key building. Social services will be the point of access for the shelter services. We anticipate that it will be in operation between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. and staffed by county employees. Tonight, there is a resolution creating the titles and positions needed to staff and manage this shelter for your consideration, and if that's approved, those job opportunities will be posted tomorrow. We're preparing communications for neighboring property owners and businesses so that they're aware of our plans and the operations expected at the site, and we're also communicating with our partners at the city. And I just also want to state my appreciation for the support that we've received by the legislature to do what it takes to stand up these services quickly. And we've also received great support from county departments who have offered to collaborate on several components around workforce, hiring, supplies needed, et cetera. And in that spirit, we are asking our employees, neighbors, and the wider community to remember that as we do our best to stand up these operations, that the people who will be seeking Code Blue services are community members deserving of respect and dignity. We heard a lot about that this evening from our public input. And just to say we appreciate your patience as we roll out this operational change. And if you or constituents have questions about this, please let us know in county administration and we'll work to get answers for you. And that's my report.
Questions or comments for Lisa? Deborah.
Yeah, I just want to say, despite the barrage of criticism that this solution has generated among the public, I don't think people realize how up against it y'all were trying to find a solution to this in the short term. And I want to thank you, your department, Kit, and the DSS people for thinking outside the box and coming up with a solution, however imperfect it is, at least it's a solution.
Thank you.
Ann.
I had a question on another topic for Lisa, but I don't know if you have further things to discuss in your report. So this was regarding the RFQ for the center of government, and just wondering what are the next steps for that?
Sure. I think that might be something that is going to be revisited in a very brief executive session this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Anything else for Lisa? Thank you. Next up is County Attorney Maury Josephson.
I actually have something small to report, which is that one of our 22 active litigation matters settled without much effort by us. A situation where we were among a cast of several that were named, so what that made me think, glad we have an outcome to report. To give you a sense of what we have going on, I have counted up about 10 open policy/legislation initiatives that are ongoing, and we'll make a subject of a more detailed written report, since most of the information about those is privileged at this point, but those are all open and ongoing. I can think of about 10 to 15 similar ones that have been closed and resulted in policies and/or local laws adopted by the legislature. As I mentioned, now 21 active litigation matters. Those would be civil litigation matters, not the ones that Holly works on. The family court juvenile justice litigation, which pretty much occupies all of her time. And she really goes out of her way, unlike other county attorneys' offices, to try and find help for the kids who are facing the juvenile justice system. And I would say about 8 departments are in daily contact with our office. Again, it probably wouldn't be right to identify the frequent flyers, but we're happy to serve them. So, and of course, Erin is constantly busy servicing our endless flow of FOIL requests and responses, and mainly, in addition to that, assisting with mostly the family court stuff, but me too. So that is my report. Any questions, happy to answer either here or email, call, and happy to bring you up to date.
Any questions or comments from Maury? Okay, thank you. Next up, Lori Scarrett, Director of Finance.
Good evening, thank you. Tonight I have for you the July sales tax report. The Comptroller's Office reported for the month of July an increase for county and cities outside of New York City of an increase of 1.2%. For Tompkins County, that is showing is a 1.3% overall. I do want to remind you that July is an estimate and are not actual numbers. They're an estimate that we're receiving from New York State and what they believe is due. The county share of that would be 1.3% increase over last year. The towns and villages are 3.45% increase, and the city of Ithaca is a decrease of 1.25%. Through the end of July, actual to budget is at 55.33%. At that time in the year, end of July, we would anticipate closer to 58% to be on track with budget. So as of the end of July, we are down about 1.3 million from budgeted amount through July. We do anticipate third and fourth quarters to show some increase, so hopefully that will recover. We are also trending very closely, if you look at the graph, to the actual 2023. We are almost spot on with those. So happy to take any questions.
Questions or comments for Lori? Greg?
Am I reading this correctly, that year to date, the greatest decline in sales tax collection has been in the city of Ithaca?
You are reading that correctly.
Okay. It's just interesting to note.
Other questions or comments for Lori? Lisa?
Also, I think just to point out that the county budget comparison that Lori's providing for us down at the bottom, what we have in the county's budget that is after all of the allocations are distributed to the other municipalities, in that sales tax chart, our actual to budget is the 52.9. Is that's accurate? Mm-hmm.
Anything else for Lori? Okay. Oh, Mike Sigler.
So I'm looking at the sales tax numbers. Is there a certain town that drove the outside? I mean that really is pretty interesting about the sales tax and where it's coming from. And I just didn't know if there was some town that got something that was new or.
I can find that out. I don't know off the top of my head, but I could absolutely look and see.
Just wondering what we're doing right.
I can let you know.
All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Lane.
You have to remember, Mike, that some of the report of sales tax is at the residence of the person purchasing, often big ticket items like cars. So the bigger population is outside of the city, mm-hmm. And so the retailer has to report where the location is that the buyer is living in order to the state, and then that gets distributed that way.
Okay, no, thank you, Mike. You do have a new yarn store, though, and
Got what?
A new yarn store right on Main Street.
That's
so
awesome.
I would
Yes,
expect,
we do.
I would expect big sales. So,
Greg.
Mike, is it like with a vehicle purchase, is it the city or the county? Like, is it the municipality or the county that gets it reported?
Well, it would be if you buy a new car and you live in the town of Dryden, mm-hmm. It goes to the county, not to the city, even though the dealer is located in the city.
That's bizarre.
Well, no, it's because it wouldn't be fair to the other municipalities if all the sales tax was captured by the retailer's location.
No, that's fair. That's interesting. Thank you, Mike.
Anything else on this topic before we move on? Okay. We are up to resolutions added to or withdrawn from the agenda. Are there any? Greg Mezzi.
Yeah, guess I need to do these one at a time?
I think so.
All right. I would like to ask that Resolution K, which was provided in your red folder, listed not on the agenda, creation of new positions, shelter worker and senior shelter worker, Department of Social Services, be added to the agenda for consideration.
Is there a second? Travis seconds. We're going to need 10 votes to add this to the agenda. Any discussion before we take their vote? This is just to add it to the agenda. Roll call, please.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Campion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
13 ayes.
13 yes, and it's unanimous. And
If
Greg?
I may?
Yes.
Resolution LID 12758, I'd request that this be added to the agenda for consideration. 2024 budget adjustment, Department of Social Services, Code Blue.
Is there a second? Travis Brooks. Again, 10 votes to add. Does anybody want to discuss it before we vote?
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes. That is unanimous. Both items have been added to the agenda. We are now up to the consent agenda. We have a short one tonight. Oh, there is one advisory appointment from the Government Operations Committee to the Board of Assessment Review, Martha Preston, at-large member. Then we have Resolution A, approval of amended bylaws, Tompkins County Historical Commission, ID 12615. Resolution B.
Pull that off, please.
Resolution B is going to be pulled. And from Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Resolution C, establishing the Tompkins County Climate and Sustainable Energy Case Advisory Board as a permanent advisory board to the Tompkins County Legislature, ID 12711. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda? Deborah moves and seconds. Let's have a roll call vote. Yes. Thanks. Sorry.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes. That passes unanimously. Okay, here we go with some moving around of the agenda. I'd like to knock off Resolution J. I believe that'll be quick, and that'll let one of our staff people go home.
It'd be quick.
That is an individual member file, unless anyone objects to changing the order. Okay? That's an individual member filed resolution.
No, J is arming probation officers, isn't it?
No.
No, budget adjustment.
It's the
Okay.
ITS.
Okay.
It's Amanda, I'm sorry. Yep.
You want me to move it?
I sprang it on you without telling you. So
Okay.
yes, thank you, please.
I'm happy to move the budget adjustment, information technology services, transfer of salary and fringes to assessment department.
Is there a second? Deborah seconds. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a vote, please.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes. 13 ayes, it passes unanimously. Legislators, I would like your input here. It is 7:20, and there's a bunch of people waiting for the probation officer resolution. We could start on it now, and our normal break will probably be pushed back a good half hour, or we could take a little break right now and start in fresh on that one when we get back, or something else. What are your thoughts?
5 minutes.
Keep going.
I think we should keep going so we don't keep people waiting.
I think we should take 5 minutes so that we're fresh-ish.
It's been a lot longer than that.
It's going to take me hours.
I heard a lot more keep going, so we're going to keep going. So we are up to Resolution I, authorization to arm designated probation officers. This is out of the Public Safety Committee. Rich?
You got to admit, there's a few laughs around here.
Thank you, Chair Klein. I would like to move Resolution I, authorization to arm designated probation officers, Doc ID 12672.
Mike Sigler seconds.
And if I could speak to the
Please.
resolution. First, I'd like to say thank you to the members of the public who came in and spoke. It really is important to get the varied viewpoints. I'd also like to thank Dan Cornell for the extensive amount of time he's given me in discussing this matter and why this has come forward from the probation office. And I think there's a few items that it's important to put into context. One, this is quite limited. This is not arming probation officers, it's arming 7 officers. At least that's what the department plans to do. It's targeted to those probation officers who are assigned to conduct give grant searches. And it's also my understanding that no officer in the probation department is being forced to become armed. The people who are subject to these searches have either been convicted or pled to a crime where they agreed to conditions of probation, including that they would not have firearms. Principally, the give grant has been targeted to people involved in the drug trade, and they have been involved in crimes with guns in the past. So it is a very select group of community members that will be subject to these searches. I would also say the give grant is relatively new, and New York State came to Tompkins County specifically because they were very concerned about the rise in gun crime and gunfire that was occurring in our community, principally in the city of Ithaca. Give has worked. It has really made a difference in the number of incidents involving weapons and shots fired here in our community. I don't own guns. I certainly have my opinions about what our national approach to guns has been historically. If I was in charge, it would be quite different. And I agree with everybody who came in here and said fewer guns. I do not think we need more guns than people in this country. And yet here we are. Given the circumstances that we're in, I believe the addition of 7 officers carrying weapons is not a significant change to the number of guns in our community. However, if we're serious about the give grant, and I believe we really should be, then we should be serious about protecting our probation officers who do not wish to carry guns and haven't for years and years prior to the give grant, but are seeing very different circumstances. I want to rely on the expertise of our probation officers and our director of probation, who said this is a serious safety concern. I have never gone to anybody's home or apartment and taken a gun away from anybody, and I'm not inclined to ever do that. So I do need to rely on their viewpoints of what they're doing and being called to do on a regular basis. If fewer guns is the goal, then yeah, this is gun control. It's not the way, as I said, I would do it if I was in charge of setting gun policy in our country, but it is the tool that we have that has really worked to make our community safer. Finally, I'd like to address the public speakers who talked about this issue from the standpoint of people of color, and it's very important to hear those voices. I understand it. I understand the concern. Our probation department is different from probation departments across New York State. the department has taken a very careful approach to being community-minded, to doing their work in a very measured way and working with the people they're supervising to the extent they possibly can. I don't believe this is a situation where suddenly our probation department would go in a completely different militaristic way. I think that was one of the words I heard. But I understand the concern. And obviously I am in a different category, so I have to take seriously the concerns of people of color that this is concerning to them. At the same time, my research has said that people of color are disproportionately victims of crime as well. And my reading is that for incidents involving law enforcement and people of color, there's substantially more incidents of violence committed against people of color by non-police officers. And that has been happening in our community. I want these guns taken away. I don't care what the color of the person who's supervised on probation. They agreed to the terms saying, I will not have a firearm. It is really important that they don't have firearms. And I believe we, the legislature, have a responsibility to support our probation officers, to make sure they can do this safely. I'm sure they're going to do it responsibly. And we make sure we protect them in their jobs. So I will firmly support this resolution. Thank you.
Travis.
So a few times tonight, we heard leaders in our community, especially leaders of color, talk about the relationship that our probation department has with those group of folks. They praised, they gave really positive feedback to our probation department, and that's a really good thing. And I think one of the things that we need to do is preserve that relationship. The other thing we need to do is ensure that folks that work for probation come to work and go home every night. They have a right to be safe. They have a right to do their job. And we owe that to them as well. But I think we're moving a little too fast on this. There are a few types of, I guess, searches that are conducted. And the local law enforcement goes out on both of these types of searches. One is led by law enforcement, and one is led by probation. And the one that's led by probation, to me, is a policy issue. Probation should not be leading the search. They should not be the first to deal with the person that is getting their home searched. That should be done by law enforcement on both cases. They are trained. They are experts in that area. They do all the things that need to be done in those situations. And so we have a policy issue. And instead of addressing the policy issue, we are looking at putting guns in the hands of probation. And I think that part is the issue. I think we should table this for a few months, maybe 60 days to 90 days, and we really need to look at the policy that puts probation in this situation. If law enforcement was the responder, the first to respond, if they took the lead on both types of searches, I don't know if probation would feel that they needed to have guns. I don't know if they would feel the same type of threat. Dan and his group can certainly answer that. But they've done amazing work, and I don't want to go backwards. So I am suggesting that we move this for 60 days, and we look at the policy and figure out a way to rely on law enforcement to do what they do best and probation to do what they do best.
Travis, you making a motion to lay it on the table for 60 days?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? And seconds. Discussion on the amendment, on the motion. Amanda?
Yes.
Deborah?
Well, I guess my concern would be that if our probation officers who are dealing with this GIVE grant implementation feel that they're in danger, I don't want to put them in danger for 60 more days. If there's a question that Dan or his people can answer, that Travis wants us to be looking into, it seems like they're all here tonight, they could answer it now.
Before we go on, I just want Katrina informed me that we suggested it would be the November 19th legislature meeting. Is that friendly to the amendment, just to be clear? Yep. To the seconder? Yeah. Anybody else? We just want to make it clear what we're moving, not November 19th. Okay. All right. I have Rich, Shauna, and Randy on the amendment.
Oh, yeah. I have a point of information.
Mike, you were back on the, do you want to speak to the amendment?
I have a point of information.
Go ahead.
And, when we were in public safety, we were kind of waiting for input from Mona Lita and the CJC and from Charlene, and I never actually heard any of that input, so I didn't.
We did get it shared from Lisa today.
Okay.
You got an email.
Okay. All right, they're here. I mean, I didn't know if that was something we wanted to do or not, but.
So, Mike, are you requesting that somebody come up to speak, or?
If I'm allowed to do that, that would be great. I mean, it's important for the public. I mean, if the CAGC is something we're referring to, I think the public should be able to refer to that too.
I think that's absolutely fine. I just want to be clear. Are we speaking to the amendment to table, the motion to table, or are we speaking to the main motion?
I guess the main motion.
Okay, then we'll put that on the side for a moment. I've got Rich, then Shauna, then Randy.
Yeah, Travis, are you saying we would not proceed with the GIVE grant program for the 60 days, or are you asking the probation officers to conduct these searches in the meantime?
There are two different types of searches. And the one where we're asking probation to be the lead agency on the search, I'm suggesting that for 60 days, we don't do those searches. The ones where IPD or the Sheriff's Department is the lead, I'm saying we should continue to do those. I think there's a very different feeling and approach to each one of those. And the ones where law enforcement is the lead, we continue. And the one where our probation department is the lead, that we put those on hold for that 60 days to keep them safe.
Mr. Chair, perhaps we could get Dan Cornell to advise on these two types of searches.
Dan, would you come up and join us at the table, please? Any open microphone you'd like.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, anyone you'd like.
Hold the nameplate down. Hold the nameplate down.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for entertaining the request. I think for 60 days, if we're tabling this, my preference would be that we, in the event that it's necessary, that we continue to fulfill our duty to the community in the instances in which that would be required. And just do so as we have been, as safely as possible, unarmed with police assistance. We do not conduct these searches in the absence of police officers. That could result in one search, two searches, three searches. I would think no more than that. But it could also result in zero. It just depends on what's happening in the community. But we do have a duty and a responsibility to the community to fulfill that public safety role and enforce the probation conditions. So I'm comfortable continuing to do it as we have been doing it and just doing it as safely as possible. There are ways that we can enhance safety, enhance the officer package that we're going with in order to do that. It may be slower based on getting the appropriate number of officers, but I wouldn't forego that responsibility to the community for a limited time. If this is to be tabled, I think we can continue to do it and do it as safely as we can.
Thank you. I've got a queue here, but did anyone want to ask or question or comment Dan while he's up here? Lee?
Yeah, and trying to remember some of the conversation from the Public Safety Committee meeting, but it wasn't simply doing searches, but some of the supervision with the population where you were exposed to potential harm.
We're doing high-risk home visits with high-risk individuals. By high-risk individuals, I mean people with who've engaged in behaviors that endanger other people. Certainly, we can control whether or not we go to a home contact and what we do during that home contact. We don't address things that might antagonize someone in the field. The situation with a search is it becomes known to it's brought to our attention that this individual likely or definitely has a firearm. We put a package together to the court to say, this is what's going on. There appears to be a violation of this person's probation. They appear to be in possession of a firearm. We're asking for you, the judge's authorization to go with the police and to give detail and remove the firearm from that individual. The judge either signs it or he or she does not sign it. We haven't had one rejected at this point because we're able to articulate the reasons why we believe it's necessary and imminent. So I think we can continue to perform our duties, and I think we have a responsibility to continue to perform our duties while this conversation continues. Should this resolution be voted on tonight and pass, which I don't anticipate, should it be voted on and pass, there's not going to be an armed probation officer in Tompkins County for 10 to 12 months. Your approval is step one of a process, which we would have to do policy development, submission of policy for approval, which I've committed to doing that with this body so that there's transparency and you know what we're asking for and how we would go about our business. That information then needs to be submitted to DCJS and approved by them before they will authorize us to do the training and become an armed department. So a 60-day delay does not hurt anyone in any capacity. It certainly may result in a search or two where, we're still in limbo on this decision. While I'm here, I would like to thank the community members who did speak. I think, particularly having met with several of them in multiple sessions, Pastor Amos, who I believe is still here, Phoebe Brown, Tali Mugambi, Ms. De Silva, and others who participated in multiple sessions. I learned a lot from them, and I take what they have said to heart. I have something written that I'm prepared to read if you're willing to hear it. I don't know if that impacts your decision-making process or not. I could also hold on to it.
Your call, Dan.
To me, because as I tell Lisa, I'm an open book. I talk about my interpretation. I know this is a very, very difficult issue. It's an issue with a heavy weight attached to it because it aligns with a lot of our values while simultaneously challenging some of our other values. It's not a clear-cut yes, no for every person. I believe the voices of the community need to be heard. I forgot to mention Jordan and what he said. I do not know Jordan well, but I was touched by what he said about the people's impression of our department. And I want to preserve that impression of the department. I also, I recognize the hundreds of years history of disproportionate impact on minority communities, people of color. I understand that as a white man, as a criminal justice leader, I have a responsibility to respectfully address that and take those into account in my decision-making, while also simultaneously working to not further those grievances and more so work towards healing those harms. And then I also have the responsibility of advocating for my people's safety. They're not mutually exclusive proposals. So to me, a 60-day wait on this, if it helps everyone gain clarity, if it helps extend communications, if it helps us try to resolve problems, I can live with that. And that's not how I arrived here tonight. So I was hoping for a vote because have felt like the goalposts keep getting moved, and every time I do what I'm asked to do, the goalposts get moved. But I see why the goalposts need to be moved, and I'm fine supporting a 60-day delay, at which point I would like a decision, because we have elections in November. I don't know if that changes the layout of this body or not. In December, we lose our county administrator. I don't know who the new county administrator will be or what their take on this issue will be. I feel like I've been transparent. I will continue to be transparent, and I want this. This is not a consensus issue. We're not going to get 100% of the community to feel good about this. But I'm okay with opportunities to continue to try to explain why I believe it's necessary and in what circumstances, and provide you all with the information with more information on what the process is, what it will be, what is the training, what are the protocols, and how we will operate should the resolution pass, as well as how we may need to change operations if it doesn't pass. But we have a duty to the community. I signed on to this grant. I agreed to do certain things to try to enhance community safety. I believe strongly that the Give detail has made a difference. It's reduced gun violence. Leah Webb herself, there was an article that said the Give program reduced gun violence in this community by 23% in 1 year. I think that's a good thing. I'd like to see a narrative shift about gun violence in this community, where it's not excused by professionals as, oh, it's just two groups of people shooting at each other. Is that an acceptable standard? Because two groups of people shooting at each other, to me, is a problem that I'd like to be part of the solution to. And there are disproportionate minority impacts with our gun violence. 67% of the gun violence victims in Tompkins County, the city of Ithaca, from 2020 to 2023 were young men of color. So we're not doing something to the community. We're trying to do something for the community. And I'm hearing some of that being realized by community members. And I think more of the process may result in more comfort with more people for what I'm actually asking for.
Thank you, Dan. I have 7 people in the queue, but before we get to that, I need to take care of some business, which is, I've been informed, thank you, Katrina, the proper motion should have been, and I did not realize this, should have been motion to postpone until November 19th. That will set us up correct with Mr. Robert of Robert's Rules. Travis, Ann, you good with that change? Yes. Are there any objections from any legislators? Okay, so we good? Okay, thank you, appreciate that. 7 people on the queue. Shauna, you're next.
Thank you. I did read the notes that Lisa provided us today, and they were notes from the CJC working groups, and it was very clear that some of the feedback was that our community was unaware of what's going on, and that we needed some more time. So I definitely will support this amendment. Thanks, Travis.
Randy.
Yeah, Dan answered my one question. It was about the resolved on this resolution. And you said it would take, if this was approved today, it would take 10 to 12 months before anybody would be armed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And my second question is more of a process question. Then if we did approve this 6 months from now, can we say no?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mike Sigler.
Yeah, I'll just say all this now because there's no really, I mean, they're both kind of relevant. So, you know, it was suggested that maybe our sheriff's deputies do this instead of probation, and I'm against that. I mean, probation, this is where it belongs. I mean, frankly, probation knows these people the best. I mean, they get the case files. They know who these people are. If anybody's going to de-escalate a situation, I would think it would be the parole officers, probation officers. I really look at this as, you know, I look at the GIVE grant and what Dan's just said. I mean, I had a higher number, actually. I looked it up. It was like 28% of shootings resulting in injuries. Now, this was statewide from January to May 2024. That's the decrease, 28%. I mean, that's significant. And I frankly want to thank Derek Osborne and the Sheriff's Department for actually taking this on. I mean, I know there was a lot of reluctance to take this on in the first place, and yet they kind of, they advocated for it, put it in place. And what was it? Somebody said 20 guns? It may be more than that. Was that
23 in a year?
23 guns in a year. And you think that those are off the street from people who aren't supposed to have them. It's not, I mean, it's about our probation officer safety, but it's also about the public safety. I mean, these guns are in the hands of people who know they're not supposed to have them. And if it saves one of their family members' lives, that's a win. I mean, or saves someone else's life as these things do happen. So I don't think that a 60-day wait actually is going to, the people that are against it, I don't know if it's going to really change their minds. I don't know. I mean, they have access to the numbers like I just read out. I mean, that took me 30 seconds to look that up. And this is what the state is advocating, the GIVE program. I know Phoebe said, you know, something about this is new or, you know, why are we doing this differently? And it's like, well, we're doing it differently because the GIVE program didn't exist. It's a new program, and it's apparently being very successful. And since that's changed, then I think, yes, sometimes you have to change the approach of what the probation department does. And I liked what Rich said. This is not the entire probation department. This is a very select group that is going to go to a very select case and deal with that case. And I trust Dan's people to do that. I think they deal with people who are in very difficult situations. And I think, as has been stated repeatedly, and get praised for that, because they do know their people. And if there's anybody that's going to de-escalate this situation, it's going to be their team. But I don't want them in a situation where they're uncomfortable, to the point of they're in danger. I don't see how, I don't want to do that for 60 days. And I certainly don't want to do that for the life of the GIVE grant. So, thank you.
Ann.
Thank you. So first question is, so Dan, did you say that for the searches, there is an officer, an armed officer there as part of the search?
Yes. So as Travis mentioned, there are search warrants that police use, and then there are search orders, which is a mechanism through the criminal procedure law that allows a probation officer to apply for a warrant. Now, all of our people who are on supervision for GIVE already have a search condition, which enables us. They have signed their search conditions saying, I agree to be searched. My person, residence, vehicle.
Right.
They've done that. But in an effort to be extra transparent with the judges, when we're in these circumstances where we're going to conduct a search, we request a search order. We're not operating simply off the search conditions, except in one instance, I did authorize just off the conditions based on the fact that the person we were searching had immediately gone to his residence after a shooting that he was at. So we didn't have, due to the immediacy of the risk of the situation, we just conducted a search with police there. But when we do a search order, we still bring the police with us. The search order authorizes us to request assistance from a police department, but we still are, we're the ones, probation at that point has to conduct the search. We can be aided by and provided security by police officers. I agree that in the instance of and that's only for people who are on probation. It's not, we're not policing the community. In those situations, I agree with Mr. Sigler that it's probably safer that we're there doing the search because we know this person. We've probably met their family members or other people who live there, and we have a rapport with them. I mean, some folks we've worked with more than one occasion over the course of the years and probably are, have a 1 year, 2 year relationship with them at the time we're conducting a search. We know their current circumstances. We know if they have children. We know if they have pets. We know if the kids are going to be home or if they're going to be at school or daycare. So we can pick the time in which we can most safely arrive to conduct a search when we can control those factors.
And adding to or highlighting some of the comments, that I didn't get a chance to thoroughly read all the comments that were emailed us today, but some of the ones that struck me were about, are you going to more places? And I'm not asking for an answer on this, but I'm just saying, are you going to different places where, different people's houses that you're not used to going to, different neighborhoods? Are there more people of color? So just giving time, I think it's not going to hurt. I'm hoping that it won't hurt to have more time to work with the community on this to help integrate it. Because this is a big change, and when we're going to go do something different, especially when we're looking at, under the lens of reimagining and being as equitable as we can. So I'm hoping to take a little time to really integrate this with what people are telling us in the community, with probation, because it sounds like a great relationship there. And just one last question. If officers or if probation officers are carrying weapons, would they be carrying them in other circumstances besides these searches that we're talking about under the GIVE grant?
I haven't decided that fully. Initially, the ask was for high-risk field work, which absolutely would include searches, but may also include other situations in which we're working with a high-risk individual or a high-risk situation. That comes down to policy development and what people are comfortable with. As far as carrying, I can speak to communications I've had with the people that this would affect, that our preference would be to carry the firearms concealed unless we are working on a detail with the police where we're actively engaging in a planned search, at which point the risks are higher and the prospect of having the firearm concealed is unnecessary because you're already there with police officers who have their weapons out. And if it's hidden under clothing, there's a split-second delay in being able to retrieve the firearm in the event that you needed it. So for normal back and forth to the office, it would be concealed. Once we're in the office, they would be safely unloaded and locked up. We're not asking to have firearms on our sides in the office. We don't need them there. We have good security at our building. In the past, we've lacked that. I know we've had conversations with members of this body before we got good security about what arming probation might look like, if that would be a help or a hindrance. We have good security now.
Okay, I have, Ann, were you finished?
Yeah, thank you.
I have 5 more people in the queue. We are on the motion to postpone Resolution I until November 19th. Deborah.
So I'm really confused at this point. I mean, my primary focus here is the welfare and safety of our county staff and your probation officers. And while I respect and admire your commitment to continue doing these give searches, even during a 60-day delay, I mean, if the concern is that these are situations that put your officers at risk, and that's the justification for us to pass a resolution to supply these particular officers with guns, I don't see how it's safe for this extra 60 days.
It's not, but it hasn't been safe for 14 months.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't support another 60 days added to the 12 months. I mean, if the reason for this is to give your officers additional security in a dangerous situation, I don't want to extend the danger anymore. It's bad enough now that we find out that it's going to be a good 12 months before your people can even carry.
And that's part of the request and the timing, and I do want to apologize to Mona Lita, because if any impression that the timing of this and the timing of justification of continuing the CJC are in any way linked through anything but coincidence, I would like to dispel.
Right.
I respect Mona's work. I've seen the benefits of Mona's work. So I'd like to apologize to you for the timing and any appearance of that flying in the face of your work. I'm trying to be proactive because we've been through GIV for a little over a year now. We have 17 individuals under GIV supervision as of today. I don't get to pick who comes on probation. I could get 5 people on probation tomorrow. Maybe I don't get 5 people on over the course of the next 2 months. We don't control that. Also, the courts have the discretion of whether or not to put a person on probation, even if we identify that that individual has failed probation multiple times in the past, is engaging in extremely violent behaviors in the community and presents a risk. And we don't feel our professional assessment, rather than a feeling, our professional assessment in conjunction with our Compass risk assessment instrument is telling us this person is not a good candidate for community-based supervision. Yet judges put them on probation, even though we've told them that. And I'm not in a position where I can tell a judge no. If a judge orders someone to probation and I say I'm not supervising that person, that's contempt of court. I don't have the ability to pick. People pick to be on probation. We don't get to necessarily pick them. They have to pick us. So we're getting people sometimes in circumstances where other communities who aren't trying so hard to use alternatives to incarceration are just incarcerating those individuals. We're trying to give people an opportunity. A lot of them will be successful, but there's always going to be a small percentage of people who say, this is my get out of jail free card, and I'm going to continue to operate as I've been operating until somebody catches me.
Okay, next on our list is Greg.
Yeah, Dan, I'm really glad you're in the chair you're in right now, because I appreciate the fact that you're vulnerable. You're willing to recognize when you hear a community need. You obviously care deeply for the community and the people in which you're entrusted to keep safe, which is the community and then those that work underneath you. So I think it speaks a lot to your character, the way that you handle things, and I'm glad that you're where you are.
I appreciate it.
I support the request, but I also support the request to seek a little bit more time to develop and clarify some of the policy questions, right? Some of the things that you may know to be true, or the directions you have in your mind you want to go as a department. I think it's important to get those out. And I think an example like what we did with the, I don't know what the right word I'm supposed to call it, working group, with the jail, pardon?
The jail working group.
Working group, yeah, where we sat for a few months. We got some community input. It was a mix of a few legislators, a few staff people, a few community folks, to really understand what those policy type things would be. And one of the challenges I often have with our resolutions like this is that there aren't policy documents attached to it for us to really get into the, what I'll call meat and potatoes. But I know that, I guess I trust you that you'll make those right policy decisions. But I think in an effort of transparency, it would make sense for us to get those all out on the table and have a full picture, so that, because I do think that there are some people on the fence about this issue. And I think that the more detail we have, the better off we'll be. And we're not going to satisfy everyone, but I think keeping the community safe and your probation officers as part of that community should be our #1 priority. I hope that everyone gets to go home at the end of their workday, right? I mean, and I think that's the goal. And I understand that these are really scary situations, probably for everybody involved.
Yes.
And I think hopefully it wouldn't hurt to take a little bit more time to just flush out some of those details. But if it's the will of the body to not take more time to do that, I do support this, because I support the work that you do, and I trust in the fact that you do have the best interest of the community in mind. And I think that when you're walking into a situation where guns are involved already, like it's known, to not have that as a tool, and I don't think that people always try to figure out how to use the new tool. I know a lot of police officers or law enforcement professionals that never pulled their weapon in the history of their career, right? So we can't let necessarily a few bad people on both sides, kind of create an unsafe environment for you and your team. So
I appreciate that immensely. Thank you.
Mike Lane.
Dan, I have a question, and that is, and this comes up because of some of the emails I got on this issue that alleged that the probation officers are not firearms trained. Is that the case?
Yes. So years ago, the state mandated firearms training for all probation officers. I was working 27 years ago in the county before I came here, and received that training in Municipal Police Council certification for firearms. But that was 27 years ago. I'm not a 20-year-old anymore.
So
then the state backed off on that for probation departments that do not carry firearms. So it was back in the directorship of Director Lenthal many years ago. She asked for a waiver from the state because there was no plan at that time to arm probation officers, and the waiver was granted.
So the ones that you want to allow to have pistols now, tell me about how they will be trained and when.
I think that's what Mr. Mezzi was referring to. There's a prescribed 2-week course from the Municipal Police Training Council and DCJS that we would have to pursue. It's 1 week of classroom work, about a week of firearms and a week of use of force law and policy. That's the same that is provided to someone coming out of a police academy.
So no one's going to be going out there with a pistol unless they've had the training. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, if you wanted to say this thing.
Yeah, and there's also been progress since the municipal police training course that I took 27 years ago. They didn't require a psychological exam. We would require a psych exam for the 7 individuals that because that's the new standard for police officers as well. So the psychological exam, if you're approved through the psychological exam, then it would be the 2 weeks of training. At that point, you would be certified in New York State as a probation officer who could be armed to do your job functions.
I do not support the motion to postpone because if we vote to postpone for 60 days, we're voting, as we've been told, for nothing to happen for almost a year. And I think that is not in the best interest of the employees of Tompkins County, who particularly are probation officers. Security, we've been talking about security all this year for our employees. And now we're going to, when they've come to us and ask for this, we're going to say, well, let's just put it off another year. I don't think we should do that.
Travis.
Well, to be clear, I didn't say let's put it off for another year. So let's be clear about that.
But we heard it.
Right.
We heard the motion.
But not for me. So I said 60 days. The reality is we've been doing this for 14 months. And as Dan has said, it's going to take 12 months to put officers in a situation where they could be armed. So I go back to policy. So that's 14 months. If we delay this for 60 days, it's 14 months. If we didn't delay it for 60 days, it's 12 months. What happens during that 12 months? What policy is implemented during that 12 months to ensure the safety of our probation officers? And if we can figure out for 12 more months a policy that ensures their safety, then why would we need to put weapons in the probation officers' hands? We've done it for 14 months, and it's not ideal. It's not ideal at all. And because it's Dan, I'm not screaming for us not to pass something. But what I'm saying is there is a policy issue that we have, and we're asking probation officers to perform something that puts them in danger, and for 12 months they're not going to be in any less danger unless we look at the policy. I mean, that's just a simple fact. They're not getting weapons next month. They're not getting weapons by the end of this year. So they're going to continue to do these searches, and they're going to continue to be in harm's way if we don't look at the policy. We have to fix the policy. We shouldn't be asking folks to be in this situation to begin with. I understand gun violence. I've had several shootings in front of my house, next door to my house. I've had the windows blown out completely of my neighbor's house in the last year. I understand this. The kids I work with shot. I understand this, and I appreciate the work that we do. But we have to find a policy. If we conduct 2 types of searches and one makes probation officers uncomfortable and more fearful, why don't we look at the policy to make sure searches are done the same? That's all I'm asking for during that period of time.
Okay, I now have 3 more people on the queue or on the motion to postpone. 4 more people. Motion to postpone Resolution I until November 19th. Rich.
I guess I will not support the motion because I feel like it puts us in a position of sitting on our hands for 60 days. But I understand what you're proposing. I'd suggest an alternative, and Travis, tell me if this might do. At the end of the resolved on page 52, at the end of line 33, where we're authorizing the department to pursue certification, if we added the language, and will return to the legislature for approval before implementation. so that it's clear that we as a body will have a say in whether this actually goes forward, but we're not delaying Dan from doing the work he needs to do to walk down this path. In the meantime, if there is another policy that would make our probation officers safer, by all means, let's talk about that. But I don't want to slow down the steps we need to do to protect them. Would that work, Travis?
Yes, but I think we need to add something to that, Rich.
Okay.
Whether we wait 60 days or not, the probation officers are still in harm's way until they've done the training and all this is sorted out, right? And I think Dan said it could be up to a year. So for me, in order to have that be acceptable, I do think we need to have something in the resolution that talks about us addressing the current policy and fixing what the issue is that puts probation in a position where they're the lead agent on a search, right? So if they're the lead agent on a search and they feel that it's more harmful to them, I think we need to figure out how to address that issue, because that's not going to go anywhere over the course of the year while they're waiting to get all this stuff done and potentially be armed.
Can I propose a further resolve then?
Sure.
Hang on one sec, Rich. We are on a motion to postpone, so.
Right, and I'm asking the mover if he would be acceptable to withdrawing his motion to consider this alternative.
Okay, thank you.
So it would be adding the language at the end of line 33 to say the legislature will vote to approve anything further from the department on this resolution, but we'd add a further resolve indicating in the interim period, the department shall consider policy changes to protect the safety of probation officers otherwise, or by alternate methods.
The probation department and the legislators, because I think it's bigger than just probation.
And the community.
And the community, but I think there's some things that we may have to push for in order for that to happen.
That's
and
fine.
I would be friendly to that.
Okay, so.
Can I get you to repeat that? Because we had changed afterwards.
The further resolved?
Robert's rules.
Yeah, the last result.
Yes. Be it further resolved that in this interim period, the probation department, the legislature, and members of the community may participate in proposing policies to protect probation officers by alternate methods.
Protect probation.
By alternate methods.
Okay, so in order for this to happen, we have to withdraw, Travis has to withdraw the motion to postpone, am I correct?
Yes, he would withdraw the motion to postpone. Rich would then make a motion to amend, or
Travis could substitute.
Yes, somebody would make a motion to amend.
Yeah, somebody has to make a motion to amend.
Okay. Travis, it's back to you. Are you willing to
withdraw?
Okay, the motion to postpone has been withdrawn. Is there someone that would like to make an amendment to the original motion?
Well, I thought Rich did.
Rich did, but it has to happen right now.
Rich, make it.
Yeah, I would propose the language I just proposed.
Okay, we got that. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Deborah's seconding it, okay. Everyone know where we are?
Mm-hmm. I could use a language recap, sorry.
Sure thing, no problem.
I can do it, or if you want to do it.
I'm going to have you do it one more time and just double check exactly
We'll
what I
see
have.
how my memory is working. All right, at the end of
testing
line
you tonight.
33, we would add the language, and will return to the legislature for approval before implementation. And it is further resolved that in the interim period, the Department of Probation, the legislature, and community members may propose other policies to protect the probation officers by alternate methods.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes.
Is that considered a friendly amendment that needs to be voted on, or are we going to vote on that specific language and then come back to the main motion with or without?
Well, Rich made the main motion, So he's actually amending his own motion.
So you just need my approval?
Who is the seconder? Is it friendly to you?
I believe it is friendly.
Is it unfriendly to anybody here?
Yeah, I think we should vote on it.
We have to if it's unfriendly to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we are on this amendment, which added the language that Rich said, and that's what the next set of debates is about. Mike, you missed a lot.
This comes with not giving us a break.
I'm going to take a turn because I don't understand the amendment, to be honest. Well, now let me try that again. I need to know, does this amendment say that probation is to go ahead and start the process of getting certified, whatever the right words are, but they eventually need to come back to us before they can actually implement that?
Yes.
I need to hear from Dan if that's like legal or proper.
Yeah, pardon me. I think what's being asked for, my understanding is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that I begin working on policy development and procedures and provide the information about the Municipal Police Training Council training program that's prescribed by the state of New York to this body for review, which is part of the process if we're going to move forward anyway. So it's basically just telling me there's a chance this might happen, develop your policy, show us be more transparent, and let us see it, and then we'll move forward. That's my understanding.
Is that everyone's understanding? Ann?
It was my hope and intent that it was going to involve the community, some community input into as you're doing the policies.
I'm happy to take community input. I think policy development and practices really have to be best practices provided by law enforcement bodies that do this, other probation departments that have been doing it for a long time. I mean, there are best practices. I'm happy to take community input. I'm actually interested through tonight in conversations I had earlier today with Tali Mugambi, but also hearing Jordan and his work of asking them to work closely with me to potentially form another way to address these issues if they come up. If we suspect that someone has a firearm, but Jordan or Tali or another community member who's interested in partaking would like to try to intervene prior to law enforcement involvement, I would welcome that, because then if we can get that level of community cooperation, then we're not traumatizing people further through armed law enforcement contact.
So that would be in development of the policy, and that's what I was seeing. I was hoping is that you could somehow integrate those. I know it's not probably traditional, but figuring out how to work with the community to see if there's some way they can be involved in the policy and
I believe it's way outside of the box.
Helping make you safer and the community safer.
I think it's way outside of the box. I think it's an attempt to go the extra mile by any community members who want to participate in that and partner with the probation department in a way that we can safely and effectively have firearms turned in or resolve those types of issues without needing to traumatize people with searches.
Amanda.
So I'm confused too. So does this amendment mean that you wouldn't be able to start? I mean, like, if there's the chance that you would come back to this body in 2 months and we have to vote on it then, but in the meantime, yes, the policy, but in the meantime, you're starting the process of going down this 10-month road? Like,
It's really just laying the groundwork that would have to be laid anyway. Developing policy that will need to be submitted to DCJS. I committed early in this process to submitting that to this body for their review anyway. So
I guess my question is, we were just talking about the delaying for 2 months, and some people said, well, that's going to put this off a whole year before it would actually happen. Yeah, no, delaying for 2 months.
I think Dan said in the beginning that this is a 12-month process.
Right.
Mike said if you did, it would delay it for a whole year. Dan already said that.
Yeah,
So delaying
no, I'm
it
just
2 months
trying
doesn't
to,
add a whole
can I
year.
finish?
Yeah, sure.
If we delayed this for 2 months, you would not necessarily, other than maybe working with the community and developing some of the policies, you wouldn't be actually starting to implement this program. If we voted no on this tonight, or to delay.
this program, if by program you're meaning arming probation officers, is 10 to 12 months away from receiving the approval that it needs from the Department of the New York State DCJS, whose authorization we need in addition to your authorization to move forward.
So Rich's amendment, isn't that doing the same thing? We're still delaying.
No.
I guess I don't get it. Then what's the difference?
I think you're telling me there's a chance that this may go through and you'd like to see more particulars and more details. So those are particulars and details I would need to work on if you said yes. There are particulars and details that I would not invest my time in if you said no. So either way, if it's not no tonight, I need to do that groundwork. So it's not really a loss of time. It's just a wait and see approach on whether or not you like what I can approve what I put together over the course of the next 2 months and provide to you to vote on.
So either way, though, it's 12 months until.
So it's a minimum 10 to 12 month process from the point that I hear you can do this.
So that's my initial question. But you starting this assuming the amendments pass, starting the process, you're going to start some of laying the groundwork, but it's still going to be 10 to 12, 14 months away.
No one in my department is going to have a firearm in their hand for at least 12 months, if at all, depending on how we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Shauna.
I guess I continue to be confused because it sounds like in this resolution that we're saying, sorry, that we will move forward with arming their probation officers. And with that, you know, my guess is that in order for people to be trained, they're going to have to go off to 3 weeks of training somewhere. And that's also going to have to come with a cost to the county. And typically, once we commit costs, then we're all in for our commitment to doing that initiative. So I probably, will not be voting for the resolution, whether it has amendments or not. I don't think this is the right route that we need to go. With that said, I still would like to hear from Mona. I would like to hear from Charlene. I mean, I think there are a lot of pieces to this that are missing. We were sent an email earlier today with much of the community feedback. Some of us had time to hear it, some of us did not. There are a lot more questions I have. How long is the GIVE grant? If there's only a year left in it and people won't be trained for another year, what are we doing? Have tasers, have pepper spray been used? Are we talking about other alternative options?
Veronica, did you still want to be on this list? Yep.
Sure, would love to. I admit I'm also sort of confused about the amendment exactly, or because if...
It's consistent.
if we voted yes on the amendment, we'd be granting you authorization to pursue certification, training, and provision of department-issued firearms, but not to implement all that. And it is not clear to me what is implementation and what is pursuing and stuff. And I think it sounds like the first part of the work that would be done is stuff you would do anyway that doesn't, it costs your time and effort. But that you would be doing it regardless if we don't vote no on the whole thing. I don't know where the end of that sentence was going. I think, but what I did hear that was clear, I think, is that this amendment, as we're interpreting it, and the proposal to, or the withdrawn motion to postpone by 2 months have pretty similar effects on what you and your staff are going to be doing over the next 2 months regarding this proposal. And I'm not making a motion because I'm afraid, well, I don't even know if I'm allowed to, but I would prefer to go back to the postponing thing because, and if this is kind of similar, I'll talk about it a little more briefly. Largely, I don't want to rush this big decision out of fear. I mean, I know you've been working on this for a long time, but it feels like from our legislators' perspective, like it's some want to rush into something out of fear for the safety of our staff, which makes sense, but that's not a reason to be hasty. And I know delays can easily be used just to kill a proposal and push it forever, and that's not good, but that's not what's happening here because, and I know that's because we had a new conversation tonight. We had a lot of information and perspectives shared that were new to most, if not all, of the legislators. There was information and perspectives new to Dan that shifted his thinking, even though he's been deep in this, and do interrupt me if I'm wrong, for months. So this wouldn't just be a delay for delayed sake. This is a delay for meaningful incorporation sake, if we were gonna do that. I do think also if we were to postpone it, you'd have to ask what's gonna be done and by whom during that time. It sounds like from many angles that open discussion with community members and what transparency and what are the details of the proposal, what is the policy going to be, what are everyone's concerns is helpful. I hear a lot of shared interest in reducing gun violence across the board, and most of the speakers have, I'm not hearing very an us versus them mentality from anyone, from the public commenters, from, I'm gonna say the probation officers. I guess it's just from Dan, and then I'm looking at several people with mostly very good poker faces in the audience.
They're well-trained de-escalators.
Yeah, which is encouraging. But I think even the conversation, not really conversation, the people's comments and this discussion now was good. From the notes I read, that community healing conversation was good, and then also both are inadequate, as others has pointed out. And I think some real good could come from more open, generative community discussion. Some of it in the direction, like Travis pointed out, no matter what we do, there's going to be at least several months to a year of us having the GIVE grant and y'all not having firearms. And that has to be worked out in a way as safe as possible. And it sounds like that might require some changing.
We can adjust our practices to, I tried to explain it before, to try to make continuing to do what we need to do as safe as possible, given the limitations of our safety package. Right? We have a bulletproof vest. That's what we have. We have soft skills. Those are the two things that we have. We'll continue, we've used them successfully to this point. Not sure I made the point before. We have 17 individuals under gun violence supervision currently. I think it's reasonable to suspect or expect that we'll have double that next year and potentially add another third to it the following year before people start coming off. So you might be looking in a year or two at 45, 50 people on gun-involved supervision, where we currently have just under 20. Because people are on probation for 3 years, 5 years. So I'm trying to be proactive and address this at the early end, at the beginning, because I think the give detail is a good thing. I think it has had a major impact on reducing gun crime in this community. And I think that we need to stop pretending that we don't have a gun issue here, because clearly we do. And if we can make this community safer and have less people getting shot, killed, maimed, shot at, that's making the community safer. And we need to take guns away from people who should not have them, because they're proven themselves to be incapable of managing that responsibility.
We are on an amendment to Resolution I. I have one person in the queue.
Can I just say one more last thing to share that's coloring my thinking is that through all this, nobody has really explained to me in what way carrying a gun will keep your staff safe. Like, I get the bulletproof vest, I get the soft skills. I personally have not been around firearms at risk of being pointed at people by choice and by luck, so I don't know what I'm talking about, but I do not actually understand that.
Well, I think you do. Possessing a firearm does not make a person safe. The only thing it does is gives you the ability to potentially save your own life or the life of someone else in the event that another party threatens yours with deadly physical force. Simply having a gun does not make you safe. It just gives you a chance of surviving in the event someone else chooses to try to take your life or someone else's.
We are 1 hour and 15 minutes into this debate. We've got an amendment to vote on and then the main motion to vote on. I've got two people in the queue. Greg.
Yeah, a couple things. We have reduced gun violence, right? So well done there. Soft skills are only as good as people willing to engage. Dan, I think that was something maybe you said, or I'm paraphrasing something you maybe said at a community healing event. If somebody's shooting at you, what kind of soft skills are going to work?
Doc.
There are none. I mean, once you've reached that point, it's a life or death situation. And
correct. And when it comes to that life and in fear and that threat, like I want to stand with our community, but I also want to stand behind our county employees. And so I think this idea of rushing out of fear, we're also postponing out of fear, right? Let's call it kind of what it is too, because we're afraid to make a decision that could potentially be upsetting or could potentially be detrimental to members of the community. But we're also putting staff people
in danger of their lives.
In danger. And so it's really a hard decision of what, I don't want to say like which one is more important. Every life is important, right? Like I'm going to probably regret saying that, but I don't know what decision we're trying to make, right? We have people that we're asking to do a job, to walk into danger, to walk into an environment with known offenders of gun violence because they have reason to believe they now have guns in violation of their probation. And we're tying their hands behind their back to not have every tool at their disposal to keep themselves safe. It would be my hope that you would never have to use that weapon, right? And I think it's the hope of every probation officer that would be equipped to carry, that they would never have to use that. But they have a right to keep themselves safe, and we have an obligation to protect them. We also have an obligation to make sure that they have every training possible, every resource at their disposal, everything that they need to make sure and to ensure that our community and their safety, regardless of color, regardless of background, regardless of anything like that, that their safety is also paramount in the conversation. So I think what this amendment does is it starts the ball rolling, it gets the paperwork, it starts the clock, right? So that we have, and again, I'm struggling to see how this is confusing, but that we would start the process, develop the policy, reach out to the appropriate state and federal, agency departments to get permissions and trainings in order. And during that time, Dan and his team engage with the CJC, other members of the community, legislature, the program committee that we have, the public safety committee, to bring those policies back for consideration, approval, modification. And then we can say, hey, okay, we've gotten to all these steps. Do we feel comfortable now saying, yes, let's arm our probation officers? And if we've done all of those things, and the overwhelming sense by the community and by this legislature is no, we don't need to, because we've figured out a policy or procedure to keep probation safe, that we don't need to do this. I don't see the harm in starting the process, knowing that we ultimately have the final say, because my interpretation of implementation is putting a sidearm on a probation officer. And so getting us to that point, we still have all that time to say no. Right now we're saying, let's move down this path, but no, you better have the best policy. You better be the example across the state. You better be the example across the nation. It better be really clear that that this is the last possible resort, right? And it better be very clear that the community is of your utmost priority and the safety and lives of your department. So with that, I do support this amendment.
Ann.
Yeah, one of the things that, if I believe you said, Dan, was that your department would develop the policy and that you wouldn't get input on that.
That I wouldn't get input on it?
That you don't, when I asked you about it, you said you would develop it, you wouldn't get input from the community on your policy or help develop the policy.
Well, I don't believe that's what I said, so I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay, go ahead and clarify that then.
I'm willing to take input from the community. However, I don't necessarily believe that the community is in the best position to dictate what a model policy looks like. That should come from law enforcement tenants and not from members of the community who don't have that expertise to be able to do that.
So you are willing to take input, I mean, just like the county legislature, or our departments, we give we get input when we develop policies and laws and things like that. And, we might not agree or with everything, all the input, but we try and gather it as much as possible and try and get more information. So you're willing to do something along those lines as you're developing a policy?
I'm willing to hear input on preferences from the community, but I really think that if we want to have a model policy, it has to come from a law enforcement sources that exist on what model policies are for carrying firearms in the line of duty. I don't know that our community members have that level of expertise.
I guess I would be looking at all, policies to make people safer, what that would be one thing. I'm not comfortable. I think this is something that was very new, and I don't, just from what I'm hearing, that the public wasn't made aware of this with enough time. The CJC and members of the community that you're hearing for the first time tonight, it sounds like, from some of them at least, that I don't think there was enough input. So I would either vote no on this, but I'm also going to put back on the table, so to speak. I'm going to propose a motion to postpone for 60 days.
Is there a second on that motion? Veronica seconds. Discussion on the motion to postpone. Mike Lane.
I'd like a restatement of where we are and what we're talking about.
We had a motion on the table, the original Resolution I. It was amended. We were discussing the amendment. It has now been a motion to postpone until November 19th.
I'd like to call the question on the motion to postpone.
Wait a minute, I'm still confused. I apologize, but for my information, you had the original motion.
Yes.
And then
we were just
Travis had an amendment to postpone.
Which was withdrawn.
Oh, that's the part I missed.
Yes,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mike. Mike Sigler.
I'd like to call the question on the motion to postpone.
Okay, is there a second? It was Ann and Veronica, yep. Deborah seconds the call on the question. So there's no debate on calling the question. If we vote yes on this, then we will be voting on the motion to postpone. That's what we're calling the question on. There's no debate, but does anyone just need clarification of what we're voting on?
The motion to postpone was withdrawn, so we'd be postponing the
She
amendment.
reinstated it.
Remade.
Annie made a new
It was just
motion.
remade. Yes, Veronica did. Everyone knows what we're about to vote on? Okay, we're calling the question. Calling the question to vote on the motion to postpone. Okay, all in favor? Oh, sorry, we have to do roll call.
Randy Brown.
So a vote to say no is to say, do not postpone.
No, this is
Call the
calling the
question.
question
So if you
on
say-
the motion to postpone.
If you
Then
say
we stop
yes,
debate.
we're done with the debate on the most recent motion to postpone. If you say no, we were going to continue debating.
Yes.
I think that, no, you misstated it.
No, that's
No, that's correct.
That's correct.
No, we called the question on whether to postpone or not to postpone.
That's correct.
To vote on the call
Right, if you
question.
vote yes, that means we're postponing it.
No, it means we're calling the
We're
question.
ending debate.
And then you'll vote to postpone.
To call the question.
You have to vote to
I'm
call
sorry.
the question.
I'm sorry, Amanda.
No problem, no
Exactly.
problem. We're kind of deep
Thank
in
you.
Roberts here.
Do you need my copy?
Got it.
I got that.
Amanda, thank you.
Okay, so
Amanda Champion, call the
Everyone knows-
question.
Yes, call the question.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
yes. 11 ayes, 2 noes. So debate is ended. We will now vote on the motion to postpone until November 19th. Roll call.
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Rich John.
No.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Dan Klein.
No. 9 ayes, 4 noes, the motion carries. We have...
Motion fails.
Fails, sorry. So we are back to the amendment, which was Rich's language, to Resolution I. I had Shauna left in that queue. Shauna, did you want to speak to Rich's amendment to Resolution I?
Yeah, I guess I was still wondering if we could hear from Mona and Charlene.
Tonight, you'd like that to happen right now? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what she's been asking.
I didn't understand the nature of her request before. I thought she meant in the general conversation going forward. Mona, Charlene, you've been asked to join our conversation. Please pick an empty microphone and come on down.
Good evening, everyone, or good night.
Good night.
Thanks for hanging out.
Good.
Yeah.
You're on. You got the mic. Go for it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. So I was asked a couple weeks ago to bring together some community members. So we had 2 occasions. I think you really got the gist of what they were thinking or feeling in regards to this resolution from some of them that spoke this evening. Dan and a bunch of, a couple people from probation, and Carla came and had a really great, I'm going to call it dialogue. In person was a lot better. It's more personal. So we did one with Zoom, one with in person. And if you're asking me what the community had to say or what they thought of this resolution, and I think what it summed up is that for them it was more introduced to them, or they understood it more of a fear than data-driven, a personal reflection of probation's feelings on what they wanted. I don't think they were asking for it not to happen. They were asking for some more time to get a better understanding and to talk about some of the things that you guys have all been mentioning tonight, the policies and the procedures. And is there an alternative way that we can protect our probation officers and the director of probations other than just arming them? We talk about reimagining public safety and the work that's been done with building on traumatic experiences with law enforcement. I know probation is not law enforcement, but they are peace officers. So that's one thing that was brought up, is the work that we've been working on with the community to start to build this trust is just being wiped out when this is what they're faced with.
And forgive me for a sec, I forgot, I didn't really introduce you. This is Mona Lisa Smiley, Director of the Community Justice Center. And now we're going to hear from Charlene Holmes, the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer for Tompkins County.
Thank you. God bless you. I had been in communication with Dan for a few months now, going back and forth about this, mostly about getting the data correct, making sure that we were making informed decisions based off of the data, making sure that that data showed the justification, so we weren't making decisions based off of how we feel. Our organization currently is looking to get into that space where we're making these decisions based off of hard numbers and facts. Right now, we're not sitting in that space. We're actually in limbo as an organization, or even as a legislative body, where some facts are here, some facts are not, some people have feelings, some people don't. And one of the community members made a statement: once we open this door, there is no closing this door again. So because we have such a rich and special community, we're not postponing. The community wasn't asking to postpone out of fear. They're asking to postpone out of the ability to collaborate and operate in that specialness that we have here. We're unlike any other community around us, where people want to make decisions together and they want to be a part of civic engagement together. So don't strip probation from that opportunity. Don't strip the community from that opportunity. Let's actually put together a process, right, in conjunction with the CJC, which was an initiative that you all came up with 2 municipalities. That's a really special thing, and law enforcement has the opportunity to tap into that space authentically and organically. And I felt, and I shared this with Dan, let's utilize that and model that behavior before we present this particular resolution, which would then be able to inform the policy making and inform the decision making in a way that's not so disjointed or shocking to our community members, our legislature, our staff, so on and so forth. So it was really an opportunity, and Dan, I don't know if you want to speak to our multiple conversations. I've had conversations with the staff, my stance, and after being at the community healing meeting, is really about us coming up with the policies and procedures in a collaborative nature so that we make the best decisions, not only for our probation officers, but also for the community, and they both come up with that together.
Thank you. I do not have anyone else on the queue. Is there anyone else, any other legislators that want to speak right now? Travis, then Greg.
So, Charlene, with the amended version that has the policy come back to this group before it's finally voted on, there is language about the community being involved in that. Dan has offered to work with the community on some alternative measures. Do you feel like that allows for the community to be at the table versus the non-amended version, which is a yes or a no?
In my organizational view, I think the amended version would best suit our community, but we would have to take that out of words, like take that out of the policy and make that actionable and tangible to our community members so that we continue having that trust. If we don't follow through on that and just have it as words in a policy, I think it could be more harmful than helpful. But I have to be transparent and honest about that.
Greg.
Travis actually answered my question, or asked my question. Thank you.
Anybody else? Ann.
So would the amended version still give us the option to ask that question at a certain date? It's not going to go ahead and go ahead and train officers? Isn't that going to already happen or not?
So no training, no psychological evaluation, no handling of firearms, issuing of firearms happens for many, many months from the time in the event that this body said, yes, we are authorizing you to pursue carrying firearms, because you are the first line of approval that I need. If you approve it, I develop policy and practice procedure, provide you with the training regimen so that there's transparency there. Once that is agreed upon here, policy would be sent to DCJS for review and approval. Upon their review and approval, they would say, we are authorizing the Tompkins County Probation Department to train these individuals in this way based upon the policy that you submitted and we approved. That process will take 10 to 12 months from the date that we start moving forward.
And is that satisfy working with the, is that, I guess I'm not seeing from what you're saying how that's working with the community. How do those two pieces integrate?
I think those are things that are running parallel to each other, where we're continuing to have community conversations. Policies are being developed, presented to you, you're able to review them, and we're able to make adjustments and amendments, while also working with the community on trying to find alternatives to a need to conduct searches for firearms.
May I respond? I think while they may be running parallel to each other, I think the call to action from the community is that they run in tandem with each other. They're not separate. They're a part of everything is a part of the conversation. So while you develop that policy, that input is being reflected in the policy. The feedback is you're not only getting feedback from the legislature, but we're getting feedback from the community as well. What does the language look like? What does the process look like? How would this show up in your everyday life, right? As a community member, meaningful public engagement is a framework that we could use. It's guidance from the federal government. Perhaps we, explore different frameworks and opportunities so that it doesn't feel disjointed. The call to action right now is that there's a disjointedness and there's a parallel, but the community wants to see us work together with them to make this decision, to develop the policies, and to get the feedback from them.
Thank you. The last thing I want to say is, Dan, you had mentioned something about elections, and I didn't know if you meant it for this body, but this body, none of these members for county legislature, none of us are up for election this year. Next year is a whole nother thing, but that we are not up, so we'll be here for the next year and a third or so.
Thank you for understanding my question and concern, because sometimes people want to punt. And, well, there I am using a sports reference. I know you're all tired of those.
But we'll be here. Yeah, we'll be here.
I would like to, know that I'm working with the same individuals now that will be here down the road, so that when we get down the road, I'm not.
Sure, a whole nother.
The goalposts haven't been moved again.
Yep, we'll be here with you and the community.
I do slightly resent insinuations that this was done sneakily, which was said before. I followed my chain of command. I asked for permission to move this. I was granted permission to move this. I've done every single thing that has been asked of me. There was no intention to be sneaky. I know that it moved fast, and by the time the community caught up with what was going on, they felt like they didn't have time to. But I don't do sneaky, and I resent any implication that that's how this was handled. I followed my chain of command, and here we are.
Are we ready to vote on this amendment to Resolution I? Please.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. Unanimous. That passes. So we're not quite done. So now the amendment is incorporated into the main motion. Resolution I is now amended. Ready to vote?
Yes.
Please. Oh, sorry. Lee.
There's just one thing I want to say before we vote on the main resolution, and it goes back to comments earlier in the night, and I don't want to let it lie. I don't view the arming of our officers as some type of a tool. It's a protective measure, number one. Number two, an implication that they are looking for a reason to use that tool. I don't think that was a fortunate choice of words regarding our employees, and I, for one, don't believe that to be the case as I vote on this resolution tonight, and they have my confidence that they will judiciously use whatever resources this legislature provides to them. Thank you.
Ready to vote now? Resolution I? Please.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
No.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Dan Klein.
Yes. The motion carries 9-4. Thank you, everybody, for the intense debate. And we are now going to take a break.
Why bother? Why bother?
That'd be
Essentially. Can we have music go when someone talks to?
Okay, we are back in session. We are back at the top of the order here in terms of resolutions. I am going to still move a few around to let staff go home that have been here for hours. We're going to go to government operations. We're going to do A and B, and then we're going to switch over to resolutions K and L so that staff can go home. Okay, government operations. Amanda Champion, Chair. Oh.
We did A, right?
We did A. I
need to do B.
just need to do B. Thank you. You're on.
Okay, so I'll move resolution to update the administrative policy manual, policy 02-49, county employee election poll workers, ID 12699.
Greg seconds. Discussion. Mike. Lane.
I just
Oh, you were
seconded.
second. Sorry.
Oh, well,
Is there discussion?
I'll just say
Go
that
ahead, Amanda, sorry.
it shouldn't have been on the consent agenda because it went through budget committee and there was 2 people who voted against it. So, but I mean, do we need to talk about it? Haven't we talked enough?
Is there anything you want to say before it goes to others?
Just that, you know, this was a request to create this policy. The Board of Elections wanted some clarification, and numerous folks looked at this, and I think maybe there's still some questions, but it did pass GO unanimously.
Greg.
I guess I'd like to ask our county attorney, because I know there may be some challenges if this is a nice to have, a have to have type of policy, and where this is actually rooted in labor and employment law, New York state law, those type of things. If it's, if this is something that, you know, to be in compliance, if we're having people work in other departments, this is the prescribed way in adherence to the existing laws of how to do it.
That is where the policy comes from, and the reason is that a poll worker is a county employee, and it's a position in a department of the county. So I think the concept of, well, I'm going to take a day off and go and volunteer doesn't really fit the way the Board of Elections and the county are now structured together. So it's sort of like saying, you know, I am a probation officer, but I'm going to take a day off and go be a light equipment operator in the highway department. Well, you know, it's not like taking a day off to go and work in a store or in some other place, or, you know, my uncle is sick, so I'm going to run his store for the day. You're still working for the county. You have your regular job, and as a poll worker, you're still working for the county. So at that point, the question is then, well, you know, you have different jobs at different rates. The poll worker job tends to be lower than nearly all other county positions, but the administrative process to sort all that out for a handful of individuals was sort of overwhelming, because you can say, well, you worked, you know, you're going to work 4 days at $40 an hour, and then you're going to spend election day, you know, working however many hours at $16 or $17 an hour. Seemed, you know, theoretically it's workable, but it sort of had the feel that it would take quantum computing to figure out the arithmetic and figure out what the overtime rate would be if you blended the rates. So I think the decision was then taken to say, well, we'll pay the regular rate, and as laid out in the policy, you have, you know, the department head can decide whether they can spare an employee, and there's a provision for dealing with the overtime, because it could be that because election day is a long day, an employee might go into overtime territory. So there's a mechanism for dealing with the overtime. There was one concern that came up that I think Amanda had asked me about today, so I figured I may as well address it, which is that, well, you're going to have poll workers who are making $17 or $18 an hour, and then you're going to have, maybe some county employees who are making the same amount, some who are making more who volunteer. Can you be paying, different employees a different rate for doing the same job? And you can. It's not. I think the situation we may be thinking of is an Equal Pay Act type of situation where, but there's no unlawful motivation behind it. It's driven by reasonable factors other than any prohibited characteristics. So I'm comfortable that that's okay in this context.
Thank you.
Any other debate? Ann?
So it says on the election, I think it said election days or day, may volunteer. So it's not really volunteering, they're working. So I don't know if that word needs to be changed.
I don't think so. What they're doing is they're volunteering to take a different work assignment for the day.
So they're not taking say a vacation day or some other PTO?
That would be, basically they're volunteering to work at another department for the day, subject to the department head's approval. But they're still working.
And so they could be working more than one day because of early voting. So they could, if it's approved.
I believe I believe this is concerned with working the polls on election day. I don't believe it's.
It says election days, so then that seems like that would cover early voting also. So that's, what is that like?
It could be a primary and a general.
Yeah, I think the conception in drafting this was a primary. I don't see why the same policy couldn't apply to an individual who wants to work early voting, because if an individual is piling up too many election days that they're working this alternate assignment, the department head is probably not going to authorize it.
I'm seeing Lisa shake her head, so that.
I'm nodding my head.
You're nodding your head. So, I mean, I would think generally it would be like one day. We generally wouldn't say somebody takes a whole week off to go do early voting from their regular job, or?
Yes.
That's kind of the intent?
I think while that's a theoretical possibility, I don't know that anybody would ever approve it as a department head. So.
Also don't employ many people for the early voting. It's a very small number of people that have to work those days.
This is really designed for the, sort of the 16-hour days where people are needed to sit in the school or with the polling location for pretty much all that time.
Thinking about election day, not thinking about, like, say, early voting on the weekends, which would not be the regular work time.
It would not. It would actually be
for most people.
Yeah, it would be a complicated issue, but I think that if issues like that come up, we can deal with them administratively on a one-by-one basis. I think overall, the number of employees that'll be involved in and/or impacted by this policy could probably count on two hands.
Okay, just saying it might not apply, then we might not.
It's not intended to. I mean, there were a lot of hands on the development of the policy, but every communication I was involved in concerning it was really Steve and Alana thinking about how they're going to staff the polls in the traditional sense.
Any more debate on Resolution B? Deborah.
Yeah, initially when we saw this in BCP, I voted against it. And then I was told that legally we were required to pay someone who volunteered at their regular rate of pay. Now, it doesn't sound like we absolutely have to do that legally, but that it's just incredibly difficult to figure it out otherwise. So I might be tempted to vote against it again, but in the interest of, comedy, getting along with everybody, I can vote for this, but I would urge our department heads to approve these requests sparingly, because A, it's going to cost us a ton more for some of these folks to work the polls, and if we don't absolutely need them, we could get by paying less. And I say this as someone who worked many of those 16-hour days before I was elected. And secondly, it does seem unfair as someone who worked 16 hours for $12.50 an hour. If I was sitting there making $18 an hour and somebody else was making time and a half at 40, that just wouldn't feel very good. So I hope that this will be applied sparingly.
Any further debate? Resolution B. Lee.
I was kind of in the camp with Deborah, or I was absolutely in the camp with Deborah, and I spent 9 years as elections commissioner, and the absolute most difficult job was finding workers at the polls, but I do have discomfort over the potential rate of pay for those that this applies to, and the overtime element. I think times have changed, and the need is there. But where you could take personal time in order to work the polls and then get the same rate of pay, I would have hoped it would have continued in some manner, but I won't argue this any further.
If it was a separate payroll from the county's payroll and you weren't doing the poll worker gig as a county employee, it would work.
And I think the other change is that it wasn't that many years ago that the checks were cut from the individual towns, and it did become a consolidated function underneath the county in more recent years. So I've had some time to reflect on that. Thanks.
Are we ready for a vote?
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. It's unanimous. The motion carries. Amanda, we will come back to GO items later on. We're now going to move to resolutions K and L, which were added to the agenda. Greg?
Thank you, Dan. If I could move resolution K, ID 12757, creation of new position, shelter worker and senior shelter worker, Department of Social Services.
And seconds. These are in your red folder, by the way, just in.
This resolution, and again, sorry for the member filed, but this was asked to be at the request of county administration and KIT and at DSS because timing of our committee meeting and the need to move forward in this direction. This just, as you see below in the resolved, establishes essentially 3 types of work job descriptions, their grade, their job code, and the hours per week. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yes.
And this would be for the administration of the Code Blue shelter.
Deborah.
So these are going to be seasonal employees?
Yes.
Yeah,
And-
okay.
And Kit is popping on to fill in the blanks.
These will be seasonal workers, and we are anticipating that they will work at the 2 shelter locations, Code Blue, the bank building, as well as a warming center at Salvation Army.
Thank you.
Rich.
Just for information, are we still waiting for our allocation from New York State?
Yes.
Have you heard any reason why they're so slow this year?
Again, Kit.
We don't know, and last year we actually got our allocation. We were notified of our allocation on August 21st, I believe. So we don't know why it's delayed. We really have no information. We've asked OTDA and they really can't provide us anything. It may be hung up in Department of Budget. That sometimes is why allocation's slow. But I'm not sure. I literally wait for it every day, so I'm not sure.
Are we sure we're going to get it?
So there's a directive stating that there will be an allocation coming out. It's certainly not anything, OTDA is stating that, that they anticipate it any day. So I don't have any sense that we need to be concerned that we won't get an allocation. We did get the highest allocation in the whole state last year other than New York City. And I am very hopeful that, based on the fact that we as an upstate county are seeing many more homeless folks than a lot of other counties, I'm hopeful that we will see the same kind of allocation this year, but it's almost impossible to know for certain.
Ann.
Based on that discussion, do we need any language in here that talks about if we don't get that funding or if we don't get enough to cover this, where that money would be coming from?
So, may I, Dan?
Yes.
We're not on
Is the funding for these positions
I'm sorry, we're on the
referenced in Resolution L? These are just the creation of the positions.
So I'll bring that up the next time, for the next resolution.
Any other debate on Resolution K? Ready for a vote then?
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. Unanimous, the motion carries. Thank you. Greg?
All right, thank you, Dan. The next one I'd like to move is Resolution L, ID 12758, 2024 Budget Adjustment, Department of Social Services for Code Blue, and I would move that.
Is there a second? Veronica seconds.
This is the resolution that authorizes the expenditures and the allocation of Code Blue revenue to cover the expenses for the positions that we just approved.
Ann.
So same question I had with, that I was posing last time. Do we need something in this resolution to state if we don't get the monies from the state, or if it's not enough, where that money would be coming from? Because it just says we're going to get all the money from the state.
Kit, Lisa, do we have an
Or if we
opinion
get
on
it
that?
delayed even.
So we may want to, I guess it depends on what your recommendation are. We could state where the money would come from, or the other thing that we could consider is what kind of programming we're going to do. We could shift what our plans are, and maybe, a lot of counties have gone to warming center only. We could certainly look at changing programming, or we could look at where money comes from. And just to be clear, this resolution includes both the allocation for pay and fringes for the staff, as well as program expenses of $404,462. So it includes all those, just to make sure people understand. I do anticipate, so this is a resolution only for our 2024 expenses. We'll be submitting additional expenses as we get closer to 2025. So the other thing that we could do, depending on what we end up with in terms of allocation, would be to also look at starting this program, and then if we got a reduced allocation or something, maybe we would need to change up our programming as we enter 2025. So there's multiple different options here, and I'm not sure how we would want to reflect that in the resolution, or if we need to do that, however you want to do it.
I'll jump in. I don't feel like we need to do that in this resolution. We don't usually give a backup source of funding. We just deal with it if that situation arises. That's my feeling.
Okay.
Mike Lane.
So in 2023, the reason we didn't have these positions was because this was contracted out? Or what?
Right. So we conducted an RFP process just a couple of months ago, and we did not have a viable partner that applied to provide Code Blue services. So prior to this, our provider, St. John's, which handles is going to continue to handle our THA sheltering program. They were also providing Code Blue services. So we didn't need these positions because the county wasn't operating these programs. We weren't hiring people into those positions. St. John's was hiring and administering the program. So the reason we're adding them is because we're going to administer the program.
So in your budget, though, you'll reduce the contractual expense to St. John's, is that right?
Yes, well, yes, we won't actually even form a contract this time, because Code Blue contracting only happens from basically November 1st until around April 15th. So we won't even develop a contract. So yes, what you're saying, Mike, is true, that there won't be any contract. It won't be reflected that we're giving any money in any way to anybody outside, because we're going to be providing and administering all the program.
All right, thank you.
For Code Blue. Sure.
Anybody else on Resolution L? Greg.
Sorry, not to belabor it, but I think, Mike, maybe what, and I just want to clarify what you're asking, because I think I'm following along and I think it makes sense. In the department's budget for 2024, there was likely an assumption of Code Blue state reimbursement made in that budget as revenue, and then there was a contractual expense to operate that shelter by St. John's, which the contractual expense won't be there, but the revenue assumption that we passed and voted on for the 2024 budget would still remain.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, okay. So it's kind of in the budget, it's just we're choosing to change the way we allocate it from contract expense to payroll fringe and
yes, and
program expense.
It's theoretically going to be revenue neutral to us. We can't be sure of that yet because we don't have the allocation. But other debate. I had a question. I just want to, the $400,000 and $404,000 program line, does that include the setup of the place? Is that the beds and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so it includes, it actually is a tremendous big long list, but it includes things like the portable toilets and showers. It includes the beds, you know, the cots that we would buy, and some of the bedding. It'll include supplies like we're going to need to install a washer and dryer and refrigerators and a couple of things. So we have some basic, you know, snacks, and we're going to need to do laundry and bedding, that kind of thing. It's going to include, you know, just basic care kinds of items. So there's a pretty extensive list that it covers in terms of getting all the supplies and all of the needs covered so that we can get everything set up. Yes.
Thank you. Any further debate on Resolution L? Ready to vote?
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Amy Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. As unanimous, the motion carries. Kit, thank you. Thank to everybody that has put all this work into making this happen. You know, a lot of it's been said already. It's not ideal, but it's the reality, and we are rising to the challenge, and it's going to be as good as we can make it. That's my view.
Thank you. Thank you for all your support. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Kit.
All right. We will now go back to the proper order. We We are at the Housing and Economic Development Committee. Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. I have nothing to report tonight, and in the interest of time, I will let everyone know that our next meeting is October 2nd, Wednesday at 3 p.m.
Questions or comments for Greg? Thank you. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shurtleff, Chair.
The next meeting of the Facilities Infrastructure Committee will be Thursday morning, the 19th at 9:00 a.m. And there will be some discussion on options moving forward, the green facilities plans.
Thank you. Questions, comments for Lee? All right, thank you. Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we met on September 5th, and we had a wonderful 2-hour meeting that all enjoyed. I won't go into all the details, but and plenty of the resolutions will be coming forward in the coming weeks. So I will leave it at that. But I think that one of the resolutions, Resolution E, under budget, should be under my committee. So I think we're going to move that up there, and I will go ahead and move Resolution E, setting salaries of members of the Tompkins County Legislature to be elected for the term commencing January 1st, 2026, ID 12654.
Mike Lane, seconds. Lee.
A couple questions. I think this resolution is written prospectively, and I think there's probably some things that ought to be corrected here. Line number 5, elections for all 14 members. Well, it'll be for 16 members.
That's true.
And they'll be held in 2025 for terms commencing on January 1, 2026. And then if we drop down to lines 15 and 16, legislator salaries for the period 2022 through 2025, I think you've got to correct that to 2026 to 2028.
Jeez.
Thank you, Julie.
We missed those, yeah.
2 committees.
Geez. Sorry about that.
No, just, and I'm not supportive of this. I think it's too much of a drop, increase at one time, but personal opinion. I know it's been through committee and not going to argue it.
I think it's long overdue.
Ann.
Yeah, I concur that it's long overdue. I've talked to quite a lot of people encouraging them to run for office, or if they ask me about this job, most people, there's no way they can do this with the very limited salary, paying for childcare, transportation, rent or mortgage, and with the schedule the way it is. I mean, just think about us meeting right now. If somebody should have, small children, or it's very, very challenging job. So we're still not up to a living wage, but I applaud the folks that worked on this, that got us up towards something that was a bit more sustainable.
Other discussion? I'll take a quick turn. I think these are great numbers. This is a perennial debate. Should you do this out of the duty to country and love in your heart, or should you be paid a good wage? This is a nice compromise. I love the way that 26,000 in 2026, 27,000 in 2027. That's very neat. And I do just want to point out that we did get a raise this year on January 1st. That was the first raise the legislators received in 6 years. So this is not excessive in my opinion. All right. Further discussion. Roll call, please.
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
No.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. The motion carries 9-4. Thank you. Amanda, anything else from Government Operations Committee?
No, thank you.
Questions or comments for Amanda? Greg?
Yeah, I hope that with the passage of this resolution, that when it comes to our turn in the budget book for our legislative budget for the legislature, we can take a good long opportunity at maybe if there's some opportunities for some expense reduction in other lines, whether it be local mileage, travel and training that goes unutilized, or any other areas where we may be able to save to help offset that. So I just wanted to get that out on the table. That'll be my goal in looking at the budget.
Mike Lane.
None of the new expenses are in the 2025 budget. They won't start until 2026.
Okay, this resolution is over. We have already voted on it.
Yes.
It's fine.
Okay, good.
So let's cut them in 2025 too.
Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you. We met on September 9th, and one of the resolution that we had establishing the case board as a permanent board, advisory board, did pass in consent agenda, but I wanted to publicly thank the Climate Sustainable Energy Board for all the work they do with advising us, apprising us of different important issues, advising and urging municipalities across our county and also on a state level for various issues. And one of the, they gave us a resolution, or I'm sorry, they passed a resolution. It wasn't for us to take up, but it was urging the county to look at seeing if we could fund some of the green facility department's budget requests, and that was something we talked about, and they also urged F&I committee to look at that. So as Lee said, some of us from Peak will, attend your meeting so we can continue that discussion. And also they submitted comments regarding NYSEG's resiliency plan, and just from my own 2 cents, the NYSEG's resiliency plan is pretty darn pitiful when it talks about consistency of service, and as we've all seen, with the service has deteriorated quite a bit. As far as resiliency for climate change, it's just about non-existent, and which was said before by my colleague Randy, there's also been some cases where not just service, but responding to emergencies, that they're having difficulty getting out there for emergencies with sparking and smoldering of wires. So that's pretty darn scary when they can't do the basic thing to make folks safe. Our next meeting is on a slightly different date, so make sure it's on your calendars. It's not on a Monday, it's on a Tuesday, October 15th at 11 a.m.
Questions or comments for Ann? Thank you. Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee. The only thing I have to report is that the one big question that's been hanging over the Recovery Fund is the Cayuga Medical Center's $1.5 million grant. I do not have any news to report on that, but we should be hearing any day. This is the moment. This is the week or so when we expect to hear. So when the news comes in, we will share it. Questions or comments? Okay. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
We did meet on September 12th, and in the interest of being late tonight, I will kind of reduce my report. The one thing I did want to talk about was our favorite topic came up again in budget, and that has to do with fund balance and trying to understand our fund balance, and questions being asked about whether we can get estimates earlier in the year than waiting for the final audits that generally come out like in August. And there was some discussion back and forth in committee. I think some of the discussion may have sent out a wrong impression that for some reason the legislature is not, does not think that departments are doing what they're supposed to. That's absolutely not correct. We are fully supportive of our departments, and we believe they're doing their very best to comply with the requirements that they have in front of them, and to work with our Department of Finance. But I will say that I think that going forward, we are going to put on our agenda the discussion about how we might make improvements in such things as our purchasing requirements. How that will end up, I don't know, but we do want to make sure that everyone understands that we support our departments and understand that they're doing their best efforts. Most of our stuff was taken up in our resolutions. Shauna, anything you want to add?
No, I think that's it. Thanks, Mike.
I'd like to, Maury?
Yes, please.
When I mentioned we have 8 or 9 policy/legislative initiatives underway, that was one of them.
Well, we're always happy when our county attorney is way out in front. Thank you very much. Let's go to Resolution D, scheduling a public hearing on the 2025 Tompkins County budget and the 2025 to 2029 Tompkins County capital program. And I so move.
Is there a second? Deborah seconds.
And I would point out that the public hearing would be October 30th here in Chambers at 7:00 p.m.
Wear your Halloween costumes.
We'll watch for it, Dan. You bring it.
Discussion. Okay, let's have a vote.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
The Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Blaine.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. That is unanimous. Motion carries.
Now we're going to go to Resolution F. There's a version in your packet, but it was amended at the committee, and then there was a mistake. So I'm going to move the version which was in your red folder. And if you look on page 2, there's a change of a regular pay from $8,761 to $18,761. And I don't know whether that was a typo or exactly what happened. Maybe Lisa or Norma can explain that one to us.
Maybe before you dive in on that, it looks like we have 2 Fs in our packet that are labeled different.
Yep, but
So
I'm
you direct us
moving the one that's with the yellow. You look on page 2.
The one from Legislator Lane?
Yep.
So it's the one from Legislator Lane?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so you moved it. Was there a second? Deborah seconds. Thank you. Okay.
So I'm told that was due to a gremlin in the software that removed that, the 10,000, making it 8761. It should be 18,761.
Okay. As you recall, we've done these adjustments for other areas of the county. I know there's been some questions about them, which I've referred to administration to try to resolve as far as answers to them.
Can we bring that gremlin to the Halloween meeting?
Sure.
We can't feed it after midnight.
Don't get it wet.
That's exactly
We'd better
right.
not be here after midnight.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll just do that tonight.
Randy?
So on this resolution, is this retroactive till the 1st of this year?
That was a yes.
That's correct.
Lisa nodded yes.
Are we obligated to do that?
We're not. We're following the same methodology that was put in place for blue collar and white collar.
Any other discussion? Resolution F. Okay, let's have a vote.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. That is unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you.
And last, I have Resolution G, establishing salaries for positions designated as management or confidential and authorizing the transfer of funds for salary adjustments. I so move.
Is there a second? Deborah, thank you. Okay, Randy.
Yeah, another question for Lisa. Is the funds that are going to be spent this year in this year's budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's have a vote on Resolution G.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes?
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Yes. Unanimous, the motion carries. Anything else, Mike?
No, just looking forward to our next EBC meeting
Tomorrow night.
tomorrow night.
You're the only one.
Any other questions or comments for Mike? Okay, great, thank you. Workforce, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee will next be meeting next Wednesday, September 25th at 3 p.m., thereby saving us from going a whole day without a legislature meeting.
God forbid.
Our last meeting, almost 2 months ago now, we kind of opened up the conversation about the role of WDIC in this whole organization, emphasizing that while it is important, the context and structure of the organization has changed a lot since it was created. And so we're going to continue zooming out and thinking about what role we want it to play in 2025. So kind of a broad conversation, but should be interesting.
Questions or comments for Veronica? Okay, thank you. Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
The Public Safety Committee has not met since our last meeting. We'll be meeting next week, September 24th, here in Chambers at 1 o'clock. I anticipate we will have a further discussion of the assigned council program. I believe we may also have a presentation from Bike Walk Tompkins on bicycle security. I note our jail numbers of 66 with 3 board outs and 1 board in. I realize the late hour, but I did want to just indicate that I had last week attended the NISAC conference, and in particular the Public Safety Committee, where the NISAC Public Safety Committee passed various resolutions to send to New York State. Some of them are same resolution as past years. There's one in particular I just wanted to mention, which is pretty extensive recommendations regarding EMS. And last year we had the package. It seemed to work somewhat. That's part of the proposed package of legislation passed this last spring at New York State, and so they're resurrecting that, and they've added a few more elements to it, but it'll be interesting to see if that goes anywhere. And then I just want to tell you a little bit about this presentation that they put on, which was a dog that is able to detect electronic devices. And this is something I just did not know anything about, but all of our electronics, everything has a chemical on it to dissipate heat. You can't run these things without this chemical. And there are dogs that are trained to detect it. And this is really useful, say, if you have a person with a phone and the battery dies, but you know the general location, you can use one of these dogs. The longer the phone is there, the more this chemical off-gasses. So it's not a function of battery life, but actually it becomes more detectable over time. They've used the dogs in searches of, houses and apartments where there's hidden data on thumb drives and been very successful in finding them. They also use them in prisons where one of the principal dangerous things prisoners have are telephones, that they're smuggling in very, very tiny telephones, and these dogs can find them. Particularly, these phones are sometimes used to put hits on witnesses or judges, and they've been able to locate them. Anyway, it was really an interesting presentation, and they had a dog there who then went around the room and found stuff. So, pretty cool.
Questions or comments for Rich? You have a...
Oh, yeah, I do.
You have a resolution.
Yeah, do you guys want to do the probation resolution again? We can do that. No. Or we could do adoption of local law number G of 2024, a local law adopting a youth deer hunting pilot program, doc ID 12701, and I move it.
Randy seconds. Discussion. Ann.
I won't go into all the stats that I had written down, but we all know that the number of mass shootings, for instance, are, for this year so far, there are more than the number of days that have elapsed so far. And for that and for other reasons, I'm not going to vote for this. I don't think it's helpful for people to have guns when they're, or to be having guns or crossbows when they're younger. I think it's part of our, it's become part of our culture, but I can't participate in voting for something that's going to put more weapons in the hands of people any age.
Mike Sigler.
This was a pilot program, and we ran it, and it's been very successful. There's been no incidents. We had some of the hunting instructors come down. I think it's important that, children get to go out with an adult. I mean, you have to go out with an adult to do this program. They learn how to do it safely. They go to hunter ed. I mean, we have hunting in the state. I find it a little odd to equate the two with mass shootings. We have trap clubs now at Lansing High School, Groton High School, Moravia High School. It's actually the fastest growing high school sport. And I don't associate that either with mass shootings. So that's about it. But we did have hunters come down and expressed what a success really this program was. So thank you.
Other debate on resolution H. Shauna.
Thank you. I certainly hear what you're saying, and I feel similar to gun access. However, I think that this is a program that helps youth. I think there are many families that actually hunt locally to feed their families, and I'm glad to see programs like this exist, so I will be supporting this.
Are we ready to vote? Please.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
No.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes. 11, the motion carries 11-2.
Can I make a request in?
Yes.
I know Katrina's probably doing this anyway. Can we submit that quickly to the state?
I'll submit it tomorrow.
You're terrific. Thank you so much.
That's my report.
Thank you. Any last questions or comments for Rich? Downtown Facilities Special Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. We didn't meet September. Our next meeting is October 8th at 9 a.m. I was going to say we're going to vote on the final drawings of the Center for Government Building, but I won't do that. So we're going to just talk about the next steps for the Center for Government Building. So.
Questions or comments for Randy?
You? His hand.
What's that?
Shauna's still got a hand.
Shauna, is your hand up?
Great, old hands.
Old hands, okay. Health and Human Services Committee, Shauna Black, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. We will have our Health and Human Services Committee tomorrow at 1 p.m. And just, I guess, a little announcement. Thanks for bringing up NISAC, Rich. It feels like it was weeks ago, but it was just last week. I have been appointed for the NISAC board for our area, for I believe it's District 6. And the term will go till supposedly 2030. If I'm no longer a legislator, then obviously they will find someone else. So I'll be there as long as I'm a legislator. And I do have some information that they gave board members, but I have to go through it and kind of pick out the important parts that I think all of us would find useful. So I'll do that for our next meeting.
Questions or comments for Shauna? Okay, thank you. I believe we're up to the minutes, is that right? Yeah, we covered all the little things. Yep, good. Would somebody please move the minutes of the meeting from September 3rd, 2024? Deborah moves, Travis seconds. Discussion? Vote, please.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks, Dan Klein.
Yes. Okay, the minutes are approved unanimously. Any unfinished business? Okay, in a moment, we're going to vote to go into executive session. There are 2 executive session items tonight. Both of them concern the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation. Can somebody please move to go into executive session? Greg moves, Travis seconds. Discussion, vote please.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry, I'm sorry, Deborah Dawson,
You know, I'm just going to vote no. Why not?
I was thinking that myself.
Yes.
Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. The motion carries 12-1. Thank you. I shall not.
I'm in solidarity with you.
We will take a few minutes to shut down the cameras, and then we'll start. We do not expect to take any action after we come out of executive session. We are in recess.